Welcome to the Encore Audio Archives YouTube channel. I'm Taper Dave, and this is my channel. I've uploaded hundreds of talks here that I've recorded at meetings in West LA, and I've also recorded conventions starting in 2013. I've got a bunch of those up. And Walt and Mary Murray, the original owners of Encore Audio Archives, started the company in the 80s, and Walt recorded Joe and Charlie's and a bunch of stuff down in Vista, California. My sobriety date is June 20th of 1994. I hope you find something you like, so please like and subscribe to my channel and comment down below. If you want to hear something that I don't have or that you don't see, I'll see that I get it. Anyways, take care and have a great day if you want to.
Hi, my name is Tom. Hi, Tom. I learned how to hug in recovery. When I first started coming around, I was convinced that if I got touched, I'd break. And someone explained to me, if it's physical, it's therapy. So they started doing a lot of severe bear hugs, and that helped. Schedule for tonight. This is not supposed to be a weekend that's like a marathon race. And this is not a weekend where you can't sleep or you have to ask to leave the room. Do whatever you need to do. Also, I don't think that you're going to get fixed this weekend. If you have no expectations, you will leave on Sunday much happier than if you have a lot of expectations. I'm going to talk about some real basic stuff, and I'm not infallible, and you have every right to disagree or feel sorry for me or whatever. I know no judging will go on this weekend. So I did put together a schedule. The only thing we have to do is keep the kitchen happy. At any center like this, the most important folks there are the folks in the kitchen. And you want to keep them real happy. So breakfast is at 8, and lunch is at 12, and dinner is at 6. And beyond that, you can do anything you need to do. Some of us may need to sleep a lot. It's okay to do that. Some of us might need to do some writing. Hooray. Some might need to go for walks or talk to people you don't know very well. That's just fine. And there will be a couple of times, I think 5 or 6, that we'll gather here if you'd like to come, and I'll wander through steps and problems and things as I've been taught them and the way I understand it. So take what you need and leave the rest. That's real important. I put a schedule together, and Ricky, did you put it on the door? So it's hanging on the door as you come in, one for Saturday and one for Sunday. I am not real anal retentive. Okay? And I always tell people that I'm not good on details. I'm doing a weekend somewhere. I do these a lot, but I'm doing a weekend somewhere, and this person called, like this is 6 months or 9 months down the road, and she said, "Do you have the titles for your talks yet?" I said, I could make some up right now, but no, not thinking about that. We'll deal with it when we can, and so I tend to be sort of flexible, and the rule of thumb schedule that we might change if we want to. Breakfast is tomorrow at 8, and we're going to have a talk at 9. Mostly I hope to talk for about 40 to 45 minutes. Then we can break up into groups if we want to do that and talk about stuff, or have quiet time, or go have coffee, options. So a connection tomorrow at 9 in here, and a connection at 11, and we'll have lunch following that tomorrow afternoon. There's a hunk of free time, which probably some of you haven't had in a while, and it will feel awful and uncomfortable, and you're going to be convinced you're wasting the whole afternoon. That's a real important part of recovery, to occasionally waste a whole afternoon. So feel deliciously bad and read, take a nap, go for a walk, and we'll connect about 3:30 tomorrow afternoon. So there. I have had the good fortune of starting to go to Al-Anon right about 1979. And the only reason I started going to Al-Anon was because I absolutely had to. I just want to make that clear. I had no other options. I hadn't had a drink in about 3 years, and I was raw. And I had to start doing something else. I'm a teacher by training, and my students were driving me crazy. And what I had shifted into, and I know you're not going to identify with this at all, but I was trying to help them a lot. They were not cooperating. And I became angry. And it's my anger that brought me into Al-Anon. I was just paralyzed around it. I'll talk a little bit more about that tonight. And when I was around 7 years sober and 4 or 5 years in Al-Anon, I started having emotions and feelings about my family of origin that I did not know how to process, and I had to start taking a bit of a look at drinking at home. So it's been a very interesting journey. I haven't had to drink or use in about 15 and a half years. And I go to a couple of different 12-step fellowships. Where I'm from, which is in Northern California, it's very important you know that. Northern California. We look on Southern Californians with disapproval, just so you know that. People in Los Angeles and San Diego we feel sorry for and disapprove of. But we kind of say that you need a couple of different 12-step programs if you need a couple of different 12-step programs. And some of us are of the opinion that if you're not in at least 3, you're probably still in denial. So tonight I want to say 1 or 2 more things. And then I would really appreciate it if we could just take a little time and go around the room, and maybe you know each other real well, but I don't know anything about you, and I'm going to feel real anxious until I start making some connections. So if we could just really simply go through the room and give your name and where you're from and any secret anonymous fellowships you'd like to share with the group, or wild crazinesses or recent marriages you'd like us to know about, we'd be happy to know. Any deep, dark secrets? We're all ears. Let me say one other thing before we do that. This is my first time in Mississippi, and at the end of my active disease, I was not capable of leaving my room, much less traveling. And I was just full of fear and suspicion about everything, and lots of hard attitudes. And what recovery has helped me do is leave my room, visit folks, and my world has become a lot bigger than it was 16 years ago. I find the world's very different. Places are real different, and my suspicion is this is a real different place than what I'm used to, and it's really okay. I was asked a few years ago to talk at the Heart of Dixie Roundup in Alabama. And I just went there with all kinds of preconceived notions because I'd seen Gone with the Wind 4 or 5 times. And that was my information on the South, and I was jumping around and didn't know quite what to do. And one of the women was talking to somebody else there, and she said, "I hear I speak as a Yankee." And I had never thought of myself as a Yankee in my life. And it sounded dirty and wrong, and I'm sorry. And Blanche, on one occasion, pointed out to me that the correct term is the War of Northern Aggression. And I had never heard of that either. So, we learn. But I'm really very glad to be here. But the little area I live in is I live in Oakland, and right there is kind of Berkeley and San Francisco, and some people think that we live in our own bizarre little world, and it's true. So occasionally I might use words you don't understand, or, just sound like I have been out there way too long. Someone mentioned that they don't feel relaxed yet. Some of us aren't going to be relaxed till Sunday morning. So it's okay. You might not sleep very well tonight. This does not mean you're a bad person. It's because we're in a new place and you might have someone, you don't know real well that you're sharing a room with. And it just might be awkward. So what do you do when you can't sleep on a retreat? I imagine this is this is open all night, isn't it, this room? I imagine. So come on down here and there'll be other people who aren't sleeping. And you can just talk. One thing I've noticed in a lot of conference centers is walls tend to be very thin. So you do not want to be doing a fifth step in your room tonight around 2 a.m. Because if you do, it will be the subject matter at breakfast tomorrow morning for all the rest of us. If you want to have conversations, come on down here and let folks sleep. But you might not sleep very well tonight. You'll take a nap tomorrow afternoon, and you can sleep better tomorrow night. And doing workshops and retreats and away time, it takes some time to get used to. You might have to do half a dozen of these before you figure out what works for you. And sometimes, there's about 60 people here, and there's probably close to 60 different motives and reasons for being here. And some of us do need quiet time. We're just worn out, especially if you have been giving as much advice as we can do on a daily basis, and you just... Some of us are involved in relationships, that tend to be complicated. Let me just make a footnote on the use of the word relationship. I was doing a weekend like this in Northern California, and I use the word relationship a lot, and relationships I've had. And at lunch, one of the people present said she was rather shocked at how freely I discussed sexual things in my life. I said, excuse me? She said, well, all these relationships you're having. And I said, well, I hate to tell you, but you and I are having a relationship right now. Most relationships are fully clothed, in my experience. And with the person you might be exchanging bodily fluids with, we're just thrilled about, but that's only one way of having a relationship. There's friends and there's family, and there's, the lady at Safeway Market. We have relationships with all kinds of people all the time, and that had never occurred to her before, so good for her. But some of us worry a lot, and some of us are angry a lot. Anybody you're real upset about tonight who's out there is going to be there Sunday when you go home. And they're going to be just as nuts Sunday as they are now. So what I do sometimes when I watch movies or hear meetings, attend a meeting, I'll say, oh, Fred should be here for this. Sally should be here for this. And I'm running through my head all the people who should be here, and that's one of the ways I don't get here myself. So it's okay to be here yourself. And all the people who aren't here. And just turn them over into God's hands between now and Sunday. This is a weekend for us. And it's taking care of some real basic program stuff. Companionship, real important. Quiet time, real important. A weekend off, a retreat, a time away is splendid to deal with the hungry, for those of us who are hungry, the angry, for those of us who are angry, the lonely, for those of us who are lonely, and the tired, for those of us who are tired. If you just manage to sleep a lot this weekend and show up for meals, you will feel much better on Sunday than you're feeling right now. And so welcome here. Welcome here. And you have permission to do whatever you need to do this weekend, whatever that is. Okay. I do retreat work pretty much full-time. I am a Catholic priest. I'm a member of the Jesuit order, if that rings a bell. And I've been doing retreat work with recovering folks full-time for about 8 years. And retreats frequently are similar, but every group's different. Every group's different. And a lot of times, some of us are here tonight in a lot of pain. And some of us are here, we don't even know if we're in pain or not. We're just so numb. Well, welcome. Welcome. We have space and time. Someone, as we went around the room, said that this is a safe weekend. Yet let it be a safe weekend. Wherever you are in your recovery, you are welcome to be here. And this gets to be a safe place. Safe place. The first Al-Anon meeting I ever went to was in Southern California, and it was a group that was largely women. There were 3 men there and about 18 women. And sometimes, Al-Anon is a group that gathers and we get to share, and no one's in charge. No one is supreme grand leader, except at this meeting. There was the person in charge. The way the meeting ran is they read the literature and the traditions, then put them all aside. And anyone who had questions, problems, or confusion asked the Supreme Grand Leader what they should do, and she would tell them what to do. The benefit of this was she was a very practical person. So you could see why she would come into this situation, but it wasn't really Al-Anon. It was more like Supreme Grand Leader. I'm going to talk about different things this weekend, and like I mentioned before, it's perfectly okay to disagree with and have different points of view, and recovery is a pretty common experience for a lot of us, and we get to share that. So there's going to be time when I do some talking, and there's going to be some time when we have quiet, and there's going to be some time where we can talk to each other and participate to the degree that you're comfortable. Okay? This needs to be a safe place. I was reading some book or other, not conference approved, but it's okay. And they asked people, how do you know you're loved? How do you know that there's a loving relationship going on between you and someone else or groups of other people? And the first requirement was that they had to feel safe. And so this is a safe place. Welcome. I want to talk a little bit about spirituality and religion for just a second, because there's a difference, and there's a difference between the two that we know there's a difference, but it's hard sometimes to figure out what the difference is, and you do come up with some interesting versions of the difference. I was at a meeting in Michigan, and this person said that, religion, spirituality, religion is for people who are afraid of going to hell, and spirituality is for people who've already been there. I didn't like that. Fairly religious, but I'm not afraid of going to hell. This is not a big part of my consciousness. I do have a list of people who are going there, and if you'd like to compare lists, I'm happy to do that a little bit later on, but I'm not real afraid of it. Maybe it's denial. So I was looking for a definition that fit better for me, for my understanding, and I bumped into an old man in Scranton, Pennsylvania, named George, and I said, George, this is a fellow who's studied spirituality his whole life. And I said, George, is there a difference between religion and spirituality? He said, well, of course there is. This guy is not on the program. I said, what's the difference? And he said, well, religion is about the things people have in common. Religious things are like, what holidays do you observe? What foods do you eat or not eat? How do you organize yourselves? What do you as a group believe? I mean, that's religious stuff. You know, do you not eat pork? Do you not eat beef? All that stuff. Spiritual is different in 3 ways. Number 1, spiritual stuff is always more intense and personal. Always. Number 2, people who've had a spiritual experience, they develop an increasingly delicate conscience over time. That's how he phrased it. What I've heard in rooms like these is the road gets narrower. I think that's true. What you justified 5 years ago, it now takes more energy to justify. You know? But, well, I had to steal it, you know, after all, and somebody else would have otherwise. Things like that. That sounds a little more hollow at about 5 years of recovery. And number 3, the spiritual experience is ongoing. It's always intense and personal, and the road is always getting a little narrower. This is you don't get fixed. Although you might get religious, you know, and follow all the rules and don't change it. The spiritual experience is pretty much a growing one. Now, you can therefore have people who are spiritual and religious, sure. And people who are spiritual but not religious, yes. And people who are religious but not spiritual, oh yeah. And people who are neither. But in recovery, we talk a lot about spirituality because we're talking about that intense personal experience that brought us here and the change of the road getting narrower on the ongoing system we need to support our lives now that we're in recovery, and it's real different. Spirituality, to my thinking, has a lot to do with the quality of our relationships. There's a notion out where I live that if you're spiritual, you can live in perfect isolation and be completely self-content. I don't think that's spirituality. I think that's self-obsession. We frequently get them confused. The quality of my spirituality is about the quality of my relationships with my higher power, relationships with you, relationships with me, and relationships to the earth. You know? The things that connect us in real, profound, yet very, very simple things. And so when I started my recovery, I was pretty broken in all of those areas. You know, we talk about steps and things and tools and program. My basic understanding these days is I work steps when I'm in trouble. When I suddenly have a string of successes, I just sit back and judge others. It's hard to stay focused on my own stuff, which is a major Al-Anon notion in recovery. I'd much rather pay attention to you, and I'm good at paying attention to you. And I do take other people's inventories very accurately, and that's the problem. You see? I've got to learn a lot of lightening up stuff. And one of the great truths I've learned in the Al-Anon Fellowship is that a lot of things are none of my business. They're just none of my business. And I don't have to know everything. It's such a relief. I was under the impression that if I knew it all, I'd be in charge. I had the notion that I just needed more information. And if I had more information, I would be able to fix things as they should be fixed. So I'd do research. And it would make me more and more unhappy, and it's a relief. It's a relief to know that there are a lot of things I don't need to know. We had a lot of my own need for Al-Anon does come from family stuff. That's true for a lot of us. A lot of us are from homes that tended towards the exotic. My dad's whole family are Irish Catholic Democrats. And my mom's family was Swedish Lutheran Republican. Okay. So there were a lot of things we couldn't talk about. And there was a lot of drinking on both sides of the family. I mean, on both sides, we've had, alcoholic deaths. But we never called it alcoholism. We talked around it. On the Irish Catholic Democratic side, we didn't have alcoholics. We had characters. And they would say things like, "Oh, Sean is sure a character." Now, what that meant was, for God's sake, don't let him drive. Please don't. But if you don't know they're talking in code, it doesn't occur to you that they're talking in code. And I just took a lot of stuff on face value for years and years and years. Characters. On the Swedish Lutheran Republican side, we didn't have alcoholics either. We had nervous people. And I had some cousins who were so nervous they'd be hospitalized. And then, and it was always for nerves. My cousin Per has run a lot of gin through his brain. He's now in his 70s. His memory's gone. And Per doesn't remember if he talked to you 10 minutes ago or not, and no one can figure out how this happened. And I suggested that one of the reasons it happened is because since Roosevelt's last term, Per hasn't drawn a sober breath. They don't see how they're related. They just don't see how they're related. And I'm overly sensitive. Well, you're right. So one of the things in recovery is learning how to tell the truth. Learning how to tell the truth without varnish, learning how to tell the truth without a lot of editorial opinion, learning how to tell the truth without first setting the stage. Learning how to be a truth teller is a very important part of recovery. And I find that when someone is able to tell the truth, you know it. It just gongs real loud. And I've been to meetings. I would go to the meeting so confused and twisted and baffled, and somebody has the gift for very simply talking about real things, and it cuts through the craziness. This is why learning some about alcoholism, though very painful, was very important to getting some sense of freedom, because we would get very enmeshed in the family dance. And the dance basically revolved around the fact that in my family, alcoholism was exactly like having a rhinoceros in the living room. They're hard to miss, but you can get used to them. And you just pretend nothing's wrong. Don't you have a rhinoceros in your living room? You get the TV out of their way. You turn it up loud enough so you don't hear the rhino. Rhinos sleep a lot. Feed them, keep them happy. Every so often they would wake up and run through the house mean. And when they did that, we would throw ourselves up against the wall, preferably in the form of the cross, and wait for the rhinoceros to stop moving. And when the rhinoceros stopped moving, we'd come down from our crosses, and my mom would say, "Act like nothing happened." Well, I guess nothing happened. I'm the youngest of three, and therefore, by the time I came along, the patterns were pretty deep and set in a lot of ways. And there's a lot I just don't remember, and I've been able to have conversations with one of my brothers about what went on. I would have a memory that's very garbled, and I would find out, My brother Paul, who's a few years older than I, what I remember is one evening actually took place over the course of 3 years. Yeah. There was an incident and an incident and an incident, and I just put them all together because the feeling was the same, and the feeling was, how do I get out of here? So information is a real helpful tool in recovery. I developed a few things that kept me safe, protected, and pretty cut off from you. One of which was to keep the demons away. I was a real funny kid. And whenever I was threatened by scary stuff, I would get real funny. I would do this usually in a blackout. I would not even remember being real funny. One of the reasons I found that I resonated so loudly and clearly with Al-Anon is when people began talking about being very emotionally shut down for purposes of self-protection, but you just didn't remember that year very well. Well, that's even before I started drinking, and you just learned there are things you need, and I would be a funny kid. I also discovered another safe place to stay, and I'm grateful for this one. I mean, I use humor now a lot, and I learned to read. And I lived in the world of books, and I'm real grateful for that. It's a skill that I can use now, but boy, I spent a lot of time as a kid there. It was one of the safe places. The first step of recovery, and I want to talk a little bit about that tonight. I want to tell a story, and then we'll end. For folks who need a meeting, there'll be a meeting in here just to check in. For folks who need to go to bed, go to bed. It's really hard for some of us to take the first step in recovery. I don't know of anybody who took the first step because they were doing real well. And there's usually a certain amount of pain involved to get us to the first step. I mentioned earlier that what brought me into recovery was my teaching. I taught history, and I also taught a class in theology, and I taught a couple other things. And one of the groups I taught, I was sober now like 2 years. One of the groups I taught was high school sophomores. And that's kind of an intense year. And I had whole rooms full of them. And I was finding out that kids would drive drunk a lot. I was teaching in Los Angeles. Kids would drive drunk a lot. Kids would do a lot of things a lot. I would try to be helpful. They would not respond. I would feel angry. I remember football night, which was usually Friday night. I would go to the football game, not to watch the game, but to see which kids would be too drunk to drive, take care of them, go home from the game, wait by the phone for kids in trouble to call me so I could rescue them. It's kind of nice. I would have dreams where I would be wearing a cape flying around town. The problem with being constantly vigilant and constantly helpful is you get tired. You wear out. And I was giving, and they were not responding. So one day, I was in class, and this young man named Peter walked into my class, and he was 15, and a little guy. And he had this kind of goofy blonde hair all over, and he was kind of a goofy kid, and he was fun. And early in the year, I knew he was very bright because he found me very funny. And he would laugh at my jokes. I really liked this kid a lot. But within, maybe November or something, he started smoking dope and drinking. And within 6 weeks, 2 months, he was a different kid. Falling asleep in class, shut down, withdrawn. I felt abandoned. I felt left. I felt betrayed. And I wanted to punish him. He walked into my class, and I had a lot of pent-up anger. And I grabbed him. By this time, I was 31 years old. I grabbed Peter, and I yelled at him at the top of my voice. I said, "Peter, you walk like a junkie, you talk like a junkie, you stink like a junkie. And I shoved him into his chair. Now, at this moment, I had an out-of-the-body experience, which we talk about in California. It's like I left my body and flew up to the corner of the room and looked down. And what I saw was a room full of kids who were really scared and a lunatic in the room. And the question that came up for me was, Tom, if you were a 15-year-old kid with trouble, would you talk to you? You know? Absolutely not. I was someone to run away from. And I knew I needed to do something with this. I had no idea what to do with it. And I did a retreat a week or two or three later out in another place at a Carmelite retreat house in Riverside, California. And it was an AA Al-Anon retreat, and I talked about a lot of stuff, you know, those of us who are recovering alcoholics. And they had a joint meeting that night, Saturday night, I guess, and the AA people allowed the Al-Anons to not only be present, but share. Oh, thank you, you know. And I sat there, and I have acres of contempt prior to investigation. I expected to hear nothing from Al-Anon, thank you very much. But there was a man who had been going to Al-Anon for some years who spoke, and I think I needed to hear it from a male. And he talked about what it was like to live with a crazy person and not go crazy. And I had never heard anyone talk about this before. He talked about setting boundaries, and he talked about having his own program, and he talked about setting up things he wanted to do, and he talked about detaching, and it was a whole new vocabulary. And I knew I needed to go to meetings, and I started doing that. And over time, I began detaching some. One of the things I had to realize, and this was a great freedom, was that my students had a higher power too. The higher power did not have to work through me. I remember Blanche on one occasion said that there's one source and there are many channels. And God can use lots of different channels. And this was such a relief to me to realize, number one, that I was not in charge, and number two, that maybe there was a God who was in charge, and to trust that. Can I trust their higher power? Can I trust my higher power? And I had to realize that I was very broken in this area, very, very broken. I didn't trust anybody, and I was full of anger and full of disapproval on large numbers of things. So step one for me, when I heard the news that I was powerless, I knew the unmanageable. And I knew I was powerless over alcohol, but I didn't know I was powerless over my students. And it was freedom. It was just Then I could start being there. Instead of being there just full of resentment, keeping score, and knowing that civilization was doomed. Footnote, I was at a meeting 2 weeks ago, and this is an honest topic. The topic was, now that we know that civilization ended in 1975, is there any reason to stay in recovery? Whatever happened to gratitude, you know, or it was the most interesting topic I've heard in years. And what I wanted to ask was, what happened in 1975? You know, this person wouldn't say. But so if any of you know, I'd really like to hear it. Tomorrow I'm going to talk some about those of us who worry, and those of us who are angry, and those of us who help, and those of us who wear out helping. And here's the story I want to end with tonight. What we need to learn a lot in our own recovery is that we are people who need help too. You know, we have our own brokenness to deal with. It can go very deep. I attended a conference early this month in Orlando, Florida. And it was a conference for the National Catholic Conference on Alcoholism. And I gave a presentation, and other people gave presentations. And one of the people who presented was a sober bishop. Miracle. Who'd been sober several years. And he talked about his own stuff. And he, several people had, approached him during the years. Gee, you occasionally drink a little too much, your wonderfulness. And finally, one of the seminarians in his diocese told him, because seminarians can be a little fearless, they haven't quite been co-opted yet. He said, your wonderfulness, you get drunk more often than is good for you. And you should probably see someone about this. So the guy agreed. Got embarrassed, well, I have a little problem. The guy agreed. And there's a place up in Minnesota for priests who drink too much, and it's called Guest House. So he thought he'd go up there, arrogant, bishop, in charge, running people's lives, signing checks. He'd go there and get a little exam and come home. So he got up there, and they didn't think he should go home right away. But he was still, why am I here? I just have a little problem. I'm not that crazy. I'm not that sick. Look at the other people around here. And another priest came in about 2 weeks later who was really very sick. A guy who had been North American, but he went down somewhere into Latin America and ended up working for 20, 25 years in a part of Latin America where they don't even speak Spanish. It's way into the back country. And this fellow was there, and he had not celebrated Mass in English in 20, 25 years. He was using native languages, and he'd been drunk for the past 10 or 15 years. They got him up, drying him out, and the guy's a mess. He's a disaster. He's jambly and shaky and can't sit still at all. And the bishop looked at him and said, "No, that one's sick. That one's real sick. I could tell that." And the custom they had at Guest House was that every Sunday they would have church services, and people from the neighborhood would come, and they would ask different people in recovery who were there to celebrate the service, and the bishop was waiting to be asked. After all, he's a bishop, knows things, a lot weller than a lot of these people. They asked the guy from Latin America, "Will you preside and preach?" And the bishop heard that and went, "Oh, what fools, don't they know this guy is so sick?" And he said the thing started out on Sunday morning. The fellow had the book upside down. Very shaky, very, very nervous. Not good signs. You look for things like this. And the bishop was sitting in judgment. And the sermon, the gospel, was the Good Samaritan story, which is a story most of us have heard 15,000 times, especially those of us in Al-Anon. We all know which one we are. What's the story? The story is this. A guy is going along the road from Jerusalem to Jericho, and he gets beaten up by robbers and thrown in the ditch and left for dead. Priest walks by, does nothing. Levite walks by, does nothing. But the Good Samaritan comes, picks the fellow up, washes him off, cleans him up, puts him in the inn, takes care of him. And the usual sermon is, content-wise, in every denomination I know of, we need to be the Good Samaritan. Too many of us are selfish, and too many of us are jerks, So so everyone expected that was the sermon that they were going to hear, and this shaky guy, brand new sober, a real mess, he said, I'm not the priest that walked by. I'm not the Levite that walked by, and I'm sure not the Good Samaritan. He said, I'm the guy in the ditch. And the bishop said it was like someone took a 2x4 and slapped him on the side of the head. He suddenly realized that he was the guy in the ditch too. And he couldn't get out because he wouldn't ask for help. Step one. Are you the guy in the ditch? Most of us really believe that we should be able to do this by ourselves. And that's what has gotten most of us here very tired and very confused and baffled about we must not have big enough willpower. If we just tried harder, if I just helped more, if I was just more understanding, if I just did this. And there is a kind of a freedom to realize that for those of us who come into Al-Anon whipped bad, we're the ones in the ditch. And who gets to be the Good Samaritan? That's step two. That's the power greater than ourselves, who works through a lot of very strange people. And we'll talk about some of them tomorrow morning. Why don't we end? Do you end with the Lord's Prayer here? Do you? Okay, why don't we do that? I don't. I've been to some strange meetings where they end with a little chant. Why don't we end with the Lord's Prayer, and then, if you want to go to bed, go to bed, and if you want to socialize, you can socialize out there. And for those who'd like a meeting, there'll be a meeting in, it's 20 to 10, say 10 minutes in this room, okay? Grand. I came out on Delta, and they were enforcing the only 2 bags per person onto the plane, which sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. And I had 4. And they simply explained it was the law, So I said, well, call them, and tell them we're different. So I'll bring it back. Thank you. Why don't we try the Serenity Prayer? God, grant me the serenity to accept the facts I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. This is from February the 1st. Taking the first step is not a matter of reading the words, admitted we were powerless, but of impressing them so deeply on our consciousness that the admitting will be established as part of our way of thinking and feeling. We may read and repeat this step hundreds of times and still fail to use it in the way we think and act. If we really accept the fact that we have no authority or power over any other human being, can you imagine? We would not try to compel the drinker to do what we want him to do. Have I attained this frame of mind? Can I make myself let go of the problem? I will look back upon all the things I have done to make the alcoholic stop drinking. No, it should be read like this. I will look back upon all the things I have done to make the alcoholic stop drinking. Has it produced one iota of improvement? It made me feel better. To scold, weep, complain, accuse, reason, appeal, or threaten. 6 of my favorite verbs. 7. We could just have bumper stickers with that written on there. Scold, weep, complain, accuse, reason, appeal, or threaten. Am I any better off today for indulging in these futile gestures? Is the drinker any closer to sobriety, or is the situation worse? I pray for the wisdom to realize that progress begins only when I am ready to detach myself from the idea that I alone can control and solve another's problem. Oh, what an awful way to start the day with thoughts that just bother you and make you want to change and so forth. My sponsor tells me that I am always to carry a handkerchief that's white. This is pretty white. And whenever I realize that I've taken charge of the situation, I am to pull the handkerchief and simply wave it on the street to indicate surrender. Who's going to see it? Well, you will. Just remember. I thought I'd start off with a poem that I like a lot. This is from a splendid collection of things, from a collection called When I'm an Old Woman, I Shall Wear Purple. And most of these writings are by or about women who are 70 or older. So, but she's wearing purple. This is written by Jenny Joseph, and it's entitled Warning. When I am an old woman, I shall wear purple with a red hat which doesn't go and doesn't suit me. And I shall spend my pension on brandy and summer gloves and satin sandals and say we've no money for butter. I shall sit down on the pavement when I'm tired and gobble up samples in shops and press alarm bells and run my stick along the public railings and make up for the sobriety of my youth. I shall go out in my slippers in the rain and pick the flowers in other people's gardens and learn to spit. You can wear terrible shirts and grow more fat and eat 3 pounds of sausage at a go, or only bread and pickle for a week, and hoard pens and pencils and beer mats and things in boxes. But now we must have clothes that keep us dry and pay our rent and not swear in the street and set a good example for the children. We must have friends to dinner and read the papers. But maybe I ought to practice a little now, so people who know me are not too shocked and surprised when suddenly I am old and start to wear purple. Yay. This morning, I want to talk a little bit about step 2, and maybe even include a bit of step 3. The way the step reads, this second step, is it says we came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. Step 1 has not been real difficult for me. I didn't want to admit how desperate things were, but I knew how desperate things were, and to be powerless was a relief, because I otherwise felt very responsible for a lot of disasters. I used to think that if I stopped worrying, gravity would just no longer exist. And that it was my worry that held things onto the ground. And what would I be without worry and upset? What throws a lot of people about step 2 is the way it's written. We think that first we need to come to believe, and then we'll get restored to sanity, because that's the way it's written. A lot of people, however, experience this backwards. they first start getting restored to sanity, and then they come to believe. This has been my experience. I was talking to a shrink a while ago about what sane meant. It was a shrink I was seeing, as a matter of fact. I was newly sober, and I was kind of raw. And I said, "Leonard, do you think I'm normal?" And he said, "Normal is 98.6. Okay? And I said, "What am I trying to ask?" He said, "You're trying to ask, are you healthy?" And I said, "Okay, I'll go for that. What does that even look like?" Because I have no fantasies of healthy. I have a lot of fantasies of sick, but healthy. How do you spot them? He said, "Well, you can spot healthy people because of their behavior." Revolutionary thought. It's not what they say, it's what they do, you know. And I said, "Well, what are you looking for there?" And he said, "Healthy people are capable of doing three kinds of things. First, they're capable of working. Second, they're able to love. And third, they're able to play." If you know someone who can work, love, and play, you know a pretty healthy person. What our disease does is it really distorts our lives. It really takes what could be human and make it a real mess. In the area of work, for example, it's the one thing some of us can do, is work. But we don't get much done. We're busy a lot, but are we actually working? I found that I was so intense about getting things done that I got nothing done. Working is kind of a complicated process. It usually means you're involved with somebody else on some level, and it means that first of all you show up on time, and second of all you do what you've agreed to do once you got there, not everyone else's job, and third you leave when you're done, or you leave when the time's up. It's pretty involved, and some of us are just too nuts to do that. We show up late, accuse everyone else, run them up, tell them a lot of things, and go home self-righteous. And it's kind of like a tornado going through the lives of others. When I was teaching, the only time I felt alive was in the classroom. It's the only thing that gave any meaning to my being alive. This is before I ever came to the program. But when I wasn't there with the kids, I had no meaning. And work was everything. I worshiped work. It was my higher power. And there wasn't an experience of freedom or creativity there. It was all frenzy. One of the things I learned as a kid was that good people worked. And better people worked harder. And whenever I felt awful about stuff, I would just get busy. So that was pretty well organized for me, but I didn't know anything about loving, and I didn't know anything about playing. That's for absolute sure. I had to learn how to work more efficiently, but I also had to learn something about love and play. To love, by the way, here, we're not just talking about the dating scene. To love, you've got to trust. It's common knowledge that drinking is but a symptom of a much deeper problem. And the deeper problem for a lot of us is we're not able to trust anyone. And so we'll medicate that any way we can. This is where I worried a lot. This is where I resented a lot. This is where I was frenzied a lot. I couldn't love, but I could resent. I couldn't love, but I could worry. I didn't trust anyone. That came across in a couple of ways, one of which was if I I thought if you knew who I was, you would reject me. So I had to be defensive. I couldn't trust you. Also, I didn't think you were reliable. I didn't think you'd keep confidences. I sure didn't keep confidences. So why would you? There was not a lot of evidence of safety or trust in the world. The shrink asked me, well, do you trust anybody? I said, oh, sure, there's a lot of people I trust. He said, name 3. I said, well, Mother Teresa. He says, you spend a lot of time with her, do you? How about people in your area? Well, there was no one. There was just no one. Now, I don't know if my ability to trust had been broken, which is possible. I don't know if it had just never grown very much. But I sure needed growth in that area, and I couldn't do it. I mean, I'll trust! Well, it just doesn't work like that. Trust is not willpower. As far as play went, my folks got married in 1934 on a Friday in Las Vegas, and both reported back to work on Monday because they had jobs. And work's important, and play was frivolous. So I always considered play to be childish and beneath me, and I prided myself on I did not take vacations, I did not take holidays, I did not take time off. And the shrink said if I did not learn how to play, I would never recover. That was and he didn't smile when he said that. So I kind of became willing, and it was very awkward because I wasn't good at this. There's still all kinds of playful things that others do that I just can't do. But some stuff I can do. There is some stuff I really enjoy doing, and I need to do that. Part of recovery is learning how to enjoy being alive. And that's really hard because being alive is hard, have you noticed? I do bump into people who have only had grateful breaths since they got here. I don't know what to do with them. I just don't know what to do with them. I think they're in denial. But everything is wonderful since they came to the program. I think it's hard to be conscious and sensitive. This is why most of us aren't. It is easier being shut down. It is easier being drunk. It is easier being brain dead. It is easier having nothing to do with people. But to be conscious and sensitive, when things are wonderful, it's a delight, but things also become pretty grim on a regular basis. And you just feel raw. A couple people mentioned that last night, that what happens when it's raw? Well, sometimes things are just raw. And sometimes things are just awful. And one of my big Al-Anon problems is I don't want you to feel awful ever. So if you're going to feel awful, I'll try to fix you. Or shame you. You shouldn't feel awful. If you had any kind of program, you'd feel fabulous. No, sometimes it's really hard to be conscious and sensitive. And we get to walk through that. What the program gives us are tools to use and companions to remind us to use the tools. And then we can walk through some really grim things. But there are grim things to walk through. There's a fellow out on the West Coast who talks here and there. And he says things like, well, you can't have fear and faith. You got one or the other. This is not my experience. I experience fear and faith pretty much mixed together on a regular basis. This is the same fellow who said, you cannot have more than one emotion at the same time. My suspicion is he has one emotion. One of the excitements of being a sober grown-up, a grown-up, is mixed emotions. You're really glad to be here, and you'd much rather be somewhere else at the same time. Boom. You're so glad to see him, and you're wondering when he's going to leave. You feel grateful and angry. You feel afraid and trusting. You feel, oh, I'm finally making friends and forming relationships with other people, and you're glad about that, and at the same moment you're worried about losing your independence. I mean, people have mixed emotions. This is one of the exciting things about being people. And we start to learn how to work through those and process those. And most of us, at least some of us, have our lives complicated by the wonderful thing of love-hate relationships, which doesn't seem like it makes any sense at all. Do you love them or do you hate them? Both. And I've discovered, and this was one of the first Al-Anon realizations that occurred to me, things that matter tremendously in my life, I love and hate. If I love and hate something, it means it's really big. That's how. So I have mixed emotions about recovery sometimes. You're just sick to death of it, and it's saving your life. I have mixed emotions about my church. I have mixed emotions about my country. I've got mixed emotions about my family. It's a real love-hate dance. And as a grown-up with some tools and some companions, I can make some decisions here. I'm going to feel a lot of stuff, and that's important information, but I'm going to make some decisions here. And I need to be encouraged to do that. Being restored to sanity. I think it takes time to be restored to sanity. And I think that it comes and goes. And there are times it's easier than other times. My usual bleak time is November to March. I suspect that has something to do with the dark. It's the winter time, and I react to that. And I can usually handle a lot of it because I stay very busy, thank you very much, until February when I'm tired out handling it. And February becomes the longest month of the year. And I think for 34 Februaries in a row I wanted to shoot myself after shooting a lot of other people. And then it occurred to me this just might be a pattern. Maybe February is just a hard time, so don't take it personally. You're going to feel this way regularly in February, which is kind of the way I approach it these days. I'm not surprised. We had a discussion at a meeting I attended. Someone was talking about being suicidal, and you listened to that, and the response someone made was that homicidal feelings are healthier than suicidal feelings. Why? Because with homicidal feelings, at least you're relating to someone else. I like that very much. We had someone come into one of the meetings and they were thinking of shooting themselves because, the significant other left. And we don't give advice at meetings, right? I'm going to shoot myself. And they said, don't shoot yourself, shoot him. Get that over with. You're not the problem. So we extended the meeting a little bit that evening and worked through a few things. But we have emotional lives. And that's one of the signs of being alive, and not all emotions are a delight. I discovered in the last few years that sometimes some things just hurt, period. It's not a crisis. I used to think it was a crisis. It's not a crisis. It's just awful, and it hurts. And if you have an emotional life, you might find that with the pain, right next to it, there's some joy. And right next to there's some feelings of trust. And right next to that is a feeling of tired. There are all these different feelings that can be there. One of the major human fears is the fear of being abandoned. And everybody has been abandoned. I mean, it starts when you're really young, and it's a major terror. And a lot of us will try to do anything rather than ever feel abandoned. But it's a real part of the experience of being flesh and blood. And I left Los Angeles when I was 5 years sober, 2 or 3 years in Al-Anon, and I moved back to Northern California, which is about a 7-hour drive north. I'm the one that left, and I felt abandoned. And it was very confusing for me, and I just started missing everybody. So I called my sponsor, and I said, I'm feeling really lonely. And he said, yes. Yes? Fix this! And he said, well, Tom, there's nothing to fix. It's one of those feelings you get to have. Make some phone calls, write a couple letters, take a nap, have a sandwich, go to a meeting. This will pass. I hate that. We get to feel. So this power greater than ourselves, the book says lack of power is our dilemma. I really think that's true. And what we base our faith in is our own experience or the experience of other people. And we need to have some experience here. You know? And instead of wandering around, well, I don't know anything about this God stuff, it makes us very, very weird. So I want to talk a bit about that this morning. But again, my thing was, I started being restored to sanity, and then I could start to come to some belief in the higher power. And I've read a lot of books about it. I came into recovery knowing a lot in 4 languages and believing a lot of it for you, but not believing it very much for me. The first experience that we have of a higher power is our parents. This is, if you're church folk, this is long before you're ever brought into church. You've got mom and dad hanging around. This is why, by the way, some people find great difficulty in praying to our Father who art in heaven or Holy Mother Church, because they aren't pleasant experiences necessarily. My mom was the worrier and held everything together by the force of her worry. My dad was not an abusive drunk. He was busy, involved in the lives of a lot of other people. He'd come home, have a couple of drinks, and fall asleep. So we were abandoned, but he never left home. But emotionally gone. It was very confusing for me. So after I started getting sober and working through things and becoming conscious and paying attention to things, how do I see the higher power? As being pretty distant, well-intentioned, able to help lots of other people. But I was convinced if I needed the assistance, it wouldn't be there. God was available to everybody else but me. Well, that's a real old figuring out, and I had to start changing my mind on that, and I had to start changing my opinion on that, and realize that God's grace was available to everybody in the room, and I was in the room. Some people preach, or they're afraid of angry, screaming, wrathful gods. You might want to ask them a little bit about mom and dad. What was it like at home? Some of the folks on TV, I always wonder which parent was the alcoholic. Because they have huge numbers of people roasting in hell for lots of good reasons. And you say, gee, where did they pick that tone of voice up? Mom and dad are real big. Mom and dad are real big. So and it's still my regular problem with God is not that God is angry, but that God could care less. And I've got to work on that a lot. When we're talking about spiritual experience, it's also real easy to get very weird. There's a lot of ways of understanding spiritual experience. Some of them I like and some I don't. And you'll find that there are people who take advantage in this area a lot. There's lots of fraud, always has been, in this area. How does anyone begin the spiritual journey? How do you begin? You have to start with your own experience. If it's going to be true, if it's going to ring true, you've got to start with your own experience where you are. You can't start with someone else's. You can learn from others, but you're the one that has to take the steps. Therefore, it's very personalized. And if you're a mess, that's where we start. And a lot of us start as messes. Spiritual awakening. I'm one of those people that wake up slowly. And that's fine. I know people who wake up real fast. They've always made me nervous. When I was in college, I had a roommate named Jack, and the bell would ring. We had bells. And before the bell stopped ringing, Jack was on the floor doing push-ups. The first morning we were together, I'm a little slower as I kind of fumble for a cigarette. The first morning we were together, Jack, and he scared the daylights out of me. I jumped out of bed and ran over to the sink and held on. I didn't know what else to do. But I knew that we were not going to be a happy couple. Slow is real. Slow is real, and we build our spiritual life and our spiritual experience on our own lives. This is why, by the way, at meetings we're encouraged to tell our own story. What's your story? What was it like? What happened? What's it like now? It's very important, and so many of us are of the opinion that our own stuff isn't important at all. We'd love to talk about others, especially the real crazy, sick others. And we just don't think that our story has value, but our spiritual awakening, we start where we are. The prototypical spiritual experience, by the way, the one I use as my way of, how do I know I've had a spiritual experience? The way you know, well, let me use this as an example. It's in the book of Exodus. This is where Charlton Heston leads the slaves out of Egypt, okay? It's that story. And if you look at, and the reason it's a really important thing to use, this is a tradition and a literature that is valued by Muslims, Christians, and Jews, which are a lot of people. And it's a lot of our background, even if we might not be officially connected, but it influences the culture, and it influences a lot of the way we think. But Exodus is big stuff. To my understanding, when you understand the book of Exodus, you have some idea of the dynamic relationship of the Old Testament between God and the people. You know? So anyway, but that's a good starting place. The book of Exodus has 3 parts. Part number 1, this whole group of people are in trouble. They are feeling bitterly oppressed. And they cry out in their misery. It does not say they cry out to God. It doesn't even imply they know who God is. All that they're in trouble, they cry out. That's their starting point. A power greater than them, greater than they, a power greater than they, responds and moves in. And it's not one, it's this very involved series of things. A lot of people have to cooperate. But there's this little baby, and you have to put him in a basket, and he's sailed down the river, and Pharaoh's daughter picks him up, and you've got to wash this kid and feed this kid and educate this kid, and this kid has to cooperate, and a lot of people are involved in that, and lots of decisions get made on a daily basis for years, and one day you've got Moses standing in front of Pharaoh saying, "Let my people go." And Pharaoh says no, and it gets more and more complicated, and there's stuff and things that happen, and finally Pharaoh says, "Get out of here," and this whole bunch of slaves are led into the desert by Moses. And when they're in the desert, they get out of Egypt, but they still have a long way to go. They cried out, "You have brought us out here to kill us. You have brought us out here to let us die. We've been abandoned." And they said, "No, you're not abandoned. There's a pillar of fire at night, so we know that the higher power is present." Who's the higher power? That pillar of fire that brought us out of Egypt. That's who the higher power is. A pillar of cloud during the day, which will guide us and lead us. We follow that. It's going to be okay. Well, what are we going to eat every morning we're fed? Radical dependence on God. And they finally get to the promised land, and their higher power says, "Do you want to enter into covenant? I will be your God, you can be my people." And the old-timers and everyone get together and they say, "What happened? How did we get here?" And the old-timers said, "Well, it's the most amazing stuff. Once we were slaves and today we're free. And we didn't do it. A power greater than ourselves transformed us into free people who have their own land." What do we know about this higher power? Well, we know this: once we were slaves and now we're free. And we didn't do it. That's what we know about the higher power. Do we trust the higher power? I don't know. Brought us to freedom. Is that enough? I don't know. Big discussion. And they finally figure, well, if this power can take us from slavery to freedom, perhaps this power wishes us well. Perhaps this power has skills. Perhaps this power is someone we can trust. Let's enter into covenant with this power. And they develop the Ten Commandments and the Law of Moses. So it has 3 steps. The first one is admitting the powerlessness, we're miserable. The second is the experience of being brought to freedom, so you can make decisions and choices. And the third is fully entering into relationship with the higher power. And what do you know about the higher power? Not much, but once we were slaves and today we're free. So that the key to my understanding of spiritual experience is you have some experience of freedom, some experience of liberty, some experience of being able to suddenly start making choices rather than being held as prisoner. I don't think that I understand the spiritual experience as, oh, now I've got all the answers. See, I don't think that's a spiritual experience. I think that's a delusion. I don't think it's, oh, I'm suddenly right all the time. Well, thank God I've been waiting. See, I don't think that's it. It's rather the experience of liberation. Or it makes no sense to me. This is how we start to become our own people. And we start understanding our own freedom, because a lot of us come here as people who have lived the lives of miserable slaves. You know? We had to take care of things. We were in charge. We were the one who kept everything moving and going. We did the worrying for everybody. We manipulated, fixed, and controlled nonstop, and it is exhausting. And we come in here as pretty worn-out slaves. I want to make one more point, and then we can break till 11. What I hear at meetings a lot is that a lot of people don't trust God. I just think that's true. It's not because God isn't trustworthy. It's just that we're not very good at trusting. They'll talk about step 3. Step 2. Back to step 2 for a second. You know, again, we have so many weird ideas about spirituality. I was at a Narcotics Anonymous meeting. a couple of years ago. And the fellow sitting next to me was brand new and a mess. Unwashed, unbathed, clothes a disaster. Arms were pretty much infected from the needle, and he was unable to talk, and he was just able to smoke and, do caffeine. That was his skill there, and he shared a little bit, but it was pathetic. So I went back to that meeting a year later, and there was this guy who was clean, hair combed. His arms had healed. He was not shaking. He was getting a chip for a year clean, and he was using sentences with verbs. And he said that he was clean now a year, and he didn't understand anything about this spiritual stuff, and he was still waiting for this spiritual experience, to happen that people are talking about all the time. And I wanted to sit him down and say, you've had the spiritual experience. You see, he had mixed up the spiritual experience with feeling loaded. And if you're really high, you're spiritual. No, you're just high. What he was having was the experience of being delivered from drug addiction. That's the spiritual experience. Now, sometimes you're going to be glad to be here, and sometimes you're not going to be glad to be here. That's just emotions. But you're here. We're in the promised land. We have steps to take and actions to do to stay here, because freedom can go like it came, but that's important. Anyway, back to step 3 for just a second. I think that most of us trust God to some degree, but not very much. And so we turn it over and take it back, and turn it over and take it back, and turn it over and take it back a lot. And so when we get together for the 11 o'clock time, I just want to massage that point for a while. This business of turning it over and this business of step 3. But step 2, I think, is we start to experience that sanity or that recovery or that liberation or that freedom or that sense of dignity, and then we can come to believe. Well, you can't have fear and faith. Sure you can. Can't have doubt and faith. Oh, of course you can. People have doubt and faith all the time. Like most of us really believe, we hope. Faith is a living thing, and sometimes there's more of it and sometimes there's less of it. One of the rabbis that I pay some attention to says that the best way of understanding faith is looking at it as a grain of mustard seed, which is really small and can grow up to be real big. But it's really small sometimes. Or it's like yeast that's put in dough when it becomes bread. Well, I want to look at all that yeast real carefully. That's tiny little guys, but they produce big changes. Sometimes we seem to have a lot of faith. Sometimes we don't seem to have very much faith. Sounds organic to me. When I have no faith, that's when I have to hear about yours. Because there are just times I don't believe anything. Which is why we've been given a community. It's why we've been given companions. Doubt and faith, fear and faith. Some of us figure that if we have doubts or faith, we have no program. I just think that's not true. I can have doubt or fear and continue to take action. That's the program. But I'm 99% sure it's not going to work. But there's that 1%, which might be one grain of mustard seed. Can you take action? That's hope, and then God does the strangest things with our lives. Make the phone call. Go to the meeting. Do some writing. Make amends. Let go. This is a program of action. And it's not action that insulates us from being alive, but rather involves us in being alive with a whole new set of values. And one of the brand new values we're given as recovering people is the value of our freedom, our dignity, our liberty, our self-worth. As we are, not as we should be if we just tried harder. That's not a real happy place to be. But as we are. So there, we'll come back and do step 3 at 11. Let's break. That's true is some of us like to run on time, you know. So I can do it. It just takes a little more effort. Why don't we try the Serenity Prayer? God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. The good news is that lunch is at 12, okay? Just so you have something to look forward to. And this is followed by free time. If, like I say, that just makes you crazy, there's weeds to pull, there's a lot of stuff you can do. I'm just clean up. We're good at that. Sometimes I just become really crazy about the fact that things have not been taken care of. I know this has never happened to you. And I've spent some time, like I'll take a few days off and go to the coast and stay there, and I would notice garbage everywhere, and it would make me nuts. And this is not done out of freedom. This was out of blind compulsion. I would go to the store, buy garbage bags, bring them to the beach, and just collect all the garbage on the beach, and then just string them up. And there was no joy in this. There was no freedom in this. There was no, boy, I'm glad to be doing this. It was done out of rage. And that's a hard way to take a day off. In my recovery, I want you to know, I am now able to do the exact same behavior, but because I want to, not because I have to. And it's also okay just to leave some stuff there. But it's really different to not have to be always taking charge. But there are times I am more than willing to pick up beer bottles. Oh well. That's a subtle distinction. But it's a real distinction. How about a poem? This one I like a lot. It's called All the Time by Michael Andrews. It was 93 degrees. She wore 3 sweaters, a sweatshirt, some long pants, a few dresses, rolled down nylons, sneakers, a feather boa, and a 47-year-old mink. She bought the mink for consolation the day she outlived her last husband. One eyelid was in a flutter of perpetual motion. Lipstick ran all over her face like a map of Chicago. She was as crazy as a 5 o'clock commuter. Yeah. That's real dangerous crazy, believe me. Went to the Safeway twice a week with molding dollars, Social Security checks, and food stamps. Stole Tootsie Rolls and ate them before she left the market. Walked to the intersection, waited for the light to turn red, hunched low, knees high, lurched out in front of oncoming traffic, waved madly at the skidding cars, her wire basket with coffee, donuts, and smoked oysters bouncing right behind her, chuckling and muddling about insane drivers, one eyeball rotating in an orgasm of fear. It was her little joke. Once a policeman stopped her. She kicked him in the shin, scattered his citations all over the street, yelled rape in her reed pipe voice, and scurried home, muttering about cops. After that, the police left her alone. But sometimes they spoiled the fun by stopping the traffic at her favorite crosswalk. Her house buzzed with ticking clocks. She didn't trust the electric ones. Wound all 217 of them every day, but never set the time. She considered the random firing of alarms a form of music. She kept the smoked oysters for the dog in the freezer with her third husband's appendix, which the dog greatly desired. But the old lady kept it in memory of the surgeon she married after he performed the appendectomy in which her third husband died of cancer of everything. Sometimes at night she beat on the windows across the air shaft with a broom handle, shouted obscenities, and yelled, "You keep quiet in there, you keep quiet." After a while, they sealed up the windows. It was getting harder all the time to get someone's attention. Yes. It was called, let's see, All the Time. See, it was getting harder all the time to get someone's attention. All the Time by Michael Anders. I think that it is a pretty common experience for human beings of the flesh and blood variety to have problems with God. We don't understand God. We can't figure out God. A lot of people talk in God's name, and you have to sort through a lot of different stuff. God baffles people. God infuriates people. There are some great big questions like, if there's a God, why are so many things unfair? You know? If there's a God, why is there injustice? Great philosophical and theological discussions have been held on these topics over the last 70,000 years. We are not going to solve them this weekend. But we can say a couple of things about them this weekend, you know, that maybe will help. One of which is, I think it's a pretty common experience to have tension here. I bump into people in recovery who have no problems with God at all. I find them dull to talk to. A writer that I read some of, he's a bit of a philosopher and a theologian named Thomas Hart, H-A-R-T. He lives up in Seattle. He says that there are basically 4 things wrong with people. 4. I love lists like this, by the way. I make a collection of them. The first problem with people is that we don't trust God. This is as a species now. We don't trust God. Number 2, we don't like ourselves. And we really don't. You know, if you could change 10 things about yourself, what would you change? Well, that's a topic. I'd change this and I'd change that, and we're just not real good at self-acceptance. Have you noticed? I mean, we're just so wrong. We don't trust God. We don't like ourselves. Number 3, we don't like each other. This is real true, by the way. We don't like each other. Every so often, there are times when we seem to get along, but you can push that. And all of a sudden you find people who have lived next to each other for years are suddenly busy killing each other's children. It's just terrifying. One of the things that horrifies me is, like, if you just take a look at Yugoslavia these days, you know, these are people who've lived together for a long time. and they're killing each other's children. I'm reading a little bit on Byzantine history. I read odd things. And this is of the year 960. So it's 1,000 years ago. And it's the first recorded instance they have of Croatians and Serbs killing each other. But it's been for 1,000 years, you know? And they were doing it because one was different from the other. We don't like each other. And the fourth thing that's wrong with people is we're convinced that money and power will fix us. See, our problem is we don't have enough money and power. If we had more money and power, we'd be fine. We'd be able to handle the people we don't like, our own dislike of ourselves, and the fact that we don't trust God. What the program asks us to do in the second and third steps is choose to trust God. Choose to trust this energy, this force, this power that has brought about a change in our lives. And this is very hard to do. So when you find yourself doubting God, or questioning God, or resentful at God, or not knowing what's going on with God, this means you're part of the human race. Welcome to the group. It does not mean you are a special person with a bad program. I keep hearing people who beat themselves up because they turn it over and take it back and turn it over and take it back and turn it over and take it back. And how long am I going to keep up this bad behavior? As long as you're this side of the grave, I think you're going to keep up that bad behavior because that's what the rest of us usually do, with a couple notable exceptions. And I'm all happy for them, I just can't talk to them. What are some true things to say about God? You know, this line of God as we understand God, God as we understood God. We have to be cautious here because there is a human tendency, and it's one that will hurt us, to create God in our own image and likeness. This is a bad process, and we all want to do it. We kind of see God as just a larger version of ourselves. Lucky God, huh? You know you're doing this if you discover that God hates all the same people you do. And you'll find it in the Bible, you know, proving that God hates all the same people you do, and what a relief, you know. What are some true things about God to keep in mind? One of which is this: God is very big. This is one of the problems. God is a lot bigger than most of us can figure out, and it makes us resentful. The most orthodox teachers in Islam, Judaism, Christianity, Hinduism, and Buddhism, to name 5 groups, believe that God is fundamentally mysterious. Hard to figure out. Very difficult to control. And they will talk about how our job is to cooperate with God, not God's job to cooperate with us. I don't know how many of you have ever prayed by giving God instructions. Oh God, take care of this list now. You know? Where we kind of visualize God as being a major underachiever, and what we have to do is give God encouragement. Because God is clearly not doing God's job. I have this problem with God a lot. It becomes so obvious to me not only what should be done, but when it should be done, and God doesn't seem to be doing it. This creates some tension. A book I have found very helpful in looking at the problem like a grown-up rather than a 9-year-old is a book by the Rabbi Harold Kushner, Kushner, and the book is entitled when bad things happen to good people. It's a very wise book. Because see, to our way of thinking, if you're good, God should reward you, and if you are a jerk, God should punish you. Isn't that the way it works? Look around. The fact is, a lot of scary folk seem to get away with a lot. And other people who seem to deserve a break just get crunched down bad. This upsets me, and I want some answers. The rabbi had some questions too. The book is not written theoretically, it's written out of his own experience. He and his wife are good people who observe the law. They are people who are observant Jews, and they take their tradition seriously, and they have tried their whole lives to be people who kept the commandments and all that stuff, you know? And they had a couple of kids, and they had a little boy, and the boy, at a very early age, was diagnosed with the disease progeria. I think that's how it's pronounced. It's the old man's disease. It's when you die of old age at the age of 15. You just age very rapidly, and it's very painful and it's very awful. And the little boy was about a year or two old when he was diagnosed, and the rabbi's question is, why? Is it to punish me and my wife? If so, for what? Is it to punish my son? What's going on here? Did God cause this? The rabbi comes up with a whole series of reflections, and his book is looking again at the book of Job in the Old Testament. It's a wise book. One of the things he suggests is that accidents do happen. Not everything is controlled by God. He kind of rejects the notion of God being the grand puppet master in the sky, saying, oh, let me see, Blanche needs to learn some patience. We'll flatten the tire of her car. Or Sally needs to learn a little bit about patience. We will make sure that X, Y, and Z happens. Boom. Or I don't want Fred to have that job, so I'm going to make sure that all traffic stops for 2 hours, and he's going to miss his appointment. God pulling the strings, you know. I know people who think God is like this. I find that horrifying myself, and this is a personal point of view, but I am right. I think it makes more sense to say accidents happen, you know. Some of us are very self-obsessed, and we're convinced the world revolves around us. I know this is not true for anyone in this room, but we sponsor people like this a lot. A lady I know was, where I live, bridges are very important, and you have to get across the bridges. And San Francisco is 12 minutes from my driveway if the bridge is open. If there's been an accident on the bridge, if something is spilled on the bridge, it can be 3 hours from where I live. You just don't know it. You're doomed on a regular basis. So anyway, this lady I know had a job appointment in San Francisco to be interviewed for the job, and she was going over. There was an accident on the bridge. She was 5 hours on the bridge as they were cleaning up whatever there was to clean up, and you just want to start shooting people. And she came home and she said, well, I guess God didn't want me to have the job. And I said, don't you think it's a little strange that God would make 70,000 people late so you wouldn't get the job? A little self-obsessed, you know. Another person who calls on occasion, there was a lot of loss, a lot of death lately. She said, so-and-so died, and so-and-so died, and so-and-so died, and so-and-so died. Why is God doing this to me? And I said, God isn't doing this to you. God's doing this to them. Let's not get mixed up here. But we're so convinced that we're the center of the universe. You know? The fact is, accidents do happen. We have a problem out where I live with kids who drink and drive. Probably that's not true in Mississippi, but we have it there. And there was 6 kids in a car, and they were all liquored up, and they smashed into a tree, and 6 kids were killed. And at the funeral, they were interviewing. Of course, the press was there. How do you feel? And they talked to a couple of the kids, and one of these kids said, well, I guess God just wanted them. No, excuse, wait a minute. God did not get them drunk. God did not put the key in the ignition. God did not drive the car. Accidents happen. Don't blame God for our actions. You know? There's some scary things. Baby born on crack cocaine. Well, I guess it's God's will. No, it isn't. If it's God's will to have babies born on crack cocaine, God is a monster, not a God. Part of the picture that we have to put in is that people in this funny, mysterious business of God's will, people make choices, and choices have consequences. My belief is that even with awful consequences, God can work. But don't blame God for our behaviors. Why did God let 6 million people die in the camps in World War II? God didn't build the camps. God didn't drive the trains. God didn't round the people up. We did. Well, what was God doing? Probably weeping. Trying to get a couple of consciences stirred up, saying, stop this. Refuse to drive the train. I was in Salt Lake City, and this was just after our October earthquake of 2 years ago. And I was home that day. It was quite an event. I had just crossed the bridge that went down. A friend of mine was dying in a sober man, member of my religious community, was dying of AIDS. And I'd known him a long time, and he'd been in the order about 3 or 4 years and got sick. And so I went and spent some time with him on Tuesday and drove back across the bridge, went to pick up, groceries at Lucky Market, and came home and the quake hit. Boom, bridge down. That was Tuesday. Mike died on Friday. It was a big deal. So about 2 or 3 weeks later, I'm in Salt Lake City doing a weekend very much like this, and someone said, well, we all know why San Francisco had the earthquake. I said, really, you do? Why? And they said, well, it's full of faggots. I said, can we think about this out loud for a few moments? I said, number one, the real center of the quake was not San Francisco. It was Watsonville and Santa Cruz. In fact, the epicenter of the quake was on the property of a woman on the program. What did she do that was wrong, lately? And she said the fissures were 6 feet wide and 36 feet deep. Trees went over. Santa Cruz was devastated. Watsonville was devastated. But the cameras couldn't get there, so they just kept showing that little part of San Francisco on fire. I said, if God wanted to hit San Francisco to punish it for whatever, you'd think God could have aimed better. That's number one. Okay. Number two, Oakland was seriously damaged. The Roman Catholic Cathedral was shattered in the earthquake. Do we have any conclusions to draw from that? That little part of the freeway that slapped down, do you think God has spent the last 30 years holding that up for a lesbian to get on there? So he could just go, boom! What sense does this make, And I said, it's also very interesting to me that part of San Francisco that burned down is one of the 2 parts of San Francisco that votes Republican. So if you're going to draw conclusions, I also said I find it very interesting that every year a tornado in Kansas goes through a trailer park and a Baptist church. That's true every year in Kansas. Does God have a thing with trailer parks and people who go to Baptist churches? When Texas floods, which it's doing a lot of, is this God trying to teach them one more lesson? This notion of God punishes with natural disasters is a great notion if you're 9 years old. But the fact is, if Scripture can be believed, the rain falls on the just and the unjust. Accidents happen. And what was very powerful out of the quake was noticing, where was God present in this? God was present in the way people responded to the disaster. A lot of people reached out to help people work through this. That's where God is present. Bangladesh has tidal waves every other year with 500,000 people killed. What did they do that God is trying to punish them for? I mean, people make God into this monster. Accidents happen. So, human beings make choices. Choices have consequences. As free people, we can make some choices. As people trying to be free, we can realize that we can participate or not participate in the nightmare of alcoholism in the family. I mean, that whole business of detachment is a lot about learning how to let God do what God needs to do, let the disease do whatever the disease needs to do, and start getting some little mustard seed and yeast cells of getting well going. But it's very mysterious. And I don't understand God a lot. Teresa of Avila, who is no slouch in this area, a 16th century saint, travels from here to there, and she's knocked off her horse and falls on her butt in the mud, and she stands up and she shakes her fist at heaven and says, God, no wonder you have so few friends. Look how you treat them. You know? Yeah, we struggle with this kind of stuff. Where is God present here? We can be very smug when it happens to the other folks, you know. And it's kind of important, therefore, when we realize that we're the guy in the ditch. You know, we're the ones who are in need. It's rather than we're the ones who don't need anything. We're just fine, thanks. Where do people seek God? If we're going to understand anything about God, and it's going to be fractional, marginal, real small stuff, but God as we understand God, where do people find God? My rule of thumb on this is look at what women and men have been doing for the last 70,000 years. And then, if it works for them, and if you're human, it might work for you. There are some places where people seem to make contact with a power greater than themselves, God as they understand God. And I mentioned first thing this morning that this is all involved with us as we are, not us as we'd like to be, but with us as we are. A lot of us are real willing to have a relationship with God once we shape up. We're a little embarrassed to have a relationship with God when we're messes. Well, we get to be a mess. It's good news. People seem to connect with God in a couple of places. Number one, a major connection spot is nature. This is why, by the way, in their wisdom, the people that built and chose this site built and chose it where they did, because we're surrounded by nature. And you'll find a lot of retreat houses, places of prayer, places where people go are surrounded by beauty. Where do people make contact with God? With nature. For some, it's the desert. For some people, they really get excited by the desert. For some people, it's mountaintops. There's a long history of connecting with God on mountaintops, you know. The Jews do it. The Greeks did it, Mount Olympus. The Japanese do it, Mount Fujiyama. Somehow, you know, high up, Tibet, you know, the whole country is holy with the presence of God. Where do the Tibetans live? High in the mountains, you know, holy places. For some people, it's the ocean. Well, life comes from the sea. And you're really crazed and just flipped out and hostile and can't stand one more thing, you might want to go and spend a couple of days just sitting near the ocean. Let it be there. Feel its power, you know, and its serenity, and how there is light in an important place. If you don't seem to have any connections with nature, you might want to develop some. Look at green growing things. Look at life. Look at trees. Look at bulbs. Look at gardens. Look at life. It's a major connection for me. November, I don't always, but I have some problem with depression. Not in a crippling way that I used to have, but I can go into periods where I just get depressed and feel I feel very disconnected, which is not the same as detached. I feel very disconnected and hopeless and doomed. My Irish optimism emerges. And I know that we're just doomed, and there's no hope, and there's nothing we can do, and it's just awful, and the program is ruined, and there are all these jerks attending meetings, and it wasn't like it was 10 years ago, and oh God, you see who's running for president this year. I mean, I can just get into this, very easily. And what I did, because I couldn't think my way out of this, which is my first option. Thinking wasn't working. I would go to meetings and take everyone's inventory. And there was I couldn't sense any hope there because there wasn't any hope here. I knew I had to take action. So what I did one November was in a frenzy and a rage. I was so angry at a lot of important things that decent people would be angry about. I planted bulbs. Dried up, dead-looking things that are worthless and ugly. Put them in the ground. Never see them again. Yes, you will. The hope was in spring, all of a sudden, some of these guys were popping up, and it was ecstatic. I mean, I just noticed the other day, I have daffodils that are shoving through the earth, and I dragged 3 strangers off the street to show them to them. Look at this, it's happening! I'm just so glad. I need things like that. I also I get moved deeply when I notice that some trees that have lost all their leaves are starting to bud. It takes my breath away. The nature between people, the connection between people and nature is profound. Well, who's the source of all this nature? God as we understand God. You learn a lot about God by looking at some of the things God is able to do. This is one of the things. Nature is big. Number 2, where else do people make connection with the higher power? It's through other people. Now, this is very upsetting. Because now, I am more than willing to acknowledge that God speaks through certain people because I like them. One of the tools we use in recovery is the telephone. I sometimes think that Alexander Graham Bell should be given an honorary membership in our fellowship because of the goodness, thank you, dial punch. Footnote, by the way, just technology marches on. I was talking to a fellow a while ago who drank a little, and at the end of it, when he dropped out, they were still using dial phones. He was busy for a few years and came back, and they had push-button phones. And no one ever explained to him how they used them. And he had no idea how to use the phone. Oh, well, back to the text. He learned. He was able to learn. He wasn't that damaged. I showed him. Didn't have to, chose to, but I showed him. I use the phone to keep in touch with people I love who don't live next door. And if you've been in the program for a while, there are going to be people you love who move to exotic places like Seattle and New York and, strange places. Also, if you travel, you start meeting people you want to connect with, and you can stay in connection by phone, and the phone's real important. God speaks to other people, yes, yes, yes. But worse than this is that going to meetings is part of this process, because you're not in charge there. And God speaks through other people, even other people you don't like. This is what upsets me most. I am more than willing to listen to words from God from someone I approve of. But I'll go to a meeting nuts, sit down, and someone I disapprove of talks directly to me about what I need to hear. That can ruin my whole day. God speaks through strangers. It's real true to me. I mean, I can love somebody very much who may have an alcohol or drug problem, and I'm powerless there. And it seems as if the closer that person is to you, the more powerless you are. This can make you crazy when it's your spouse. It can break your heart when it's one of your children. And it can break your heart again when it's a grandchild. I mean, there's nothing you can do. And you are praying and you want God to speak through you to this kid. Nothing you can do. Well, what should you do? Well, God works through other people, not just you. And you might want to pray for the stranger. This kind of comes out of a Russian Orthodox tradition, where in the mysticism of Russian Orthodox Christianity of 1,000 years, they developed a thing that every so often a stranger would come out of the steppes of Siberia, usually an illiterate, uneducated peasant who had the ability to speak for God, and he would show up, say true things, and move on to the next town. I think this sometimes happens to drunks and junkies. They are a complete mess. Everyone in their family has been breaking heads and hearts trying to shape him up, and one day the drunk is just sitting on a bus next to a stranger, and the stranger and the drunk have an 8-minute conversation, and the drunk never has another drink again. Says, wow, just amazing to me how guy changed my life. Or ends up in one of these spin dry places and talks to a stranger for 10 minutes. Or goes to a meeting. And at this meeting, someone you know and you think is a jerk is the one that breaks through and saves a life. God is very strange here. God speaks through other people. And my own participation in that is I have to be willing to listen to people, period. No matter who they are, even newcomers, even folks from out of town. This is why it's important. At my home group meeting, we usually ask, do we have any visitors with us, strangers from out of town? Our policy is to always call on the visitors to share something, because you don't know who that visitor is. Of course, we who are self-obsessed know that we have the real program, but it might be that your visitor may have been dealing with a part of the literature that your group hasn't gotten to yet, and might say something that you really need to hear. Learning how to listen to other people is crucial. It's a gift, and if you can do it, it's wonderful. But I believe a lot of people connect through other people. Third area, nature, other people. A third area that people make that connection with God is through things written down. The Latin word for things written down is scriptura, and sometimes we call that the scriptures. But these are things that have fed people for centuries. Not just the Bible. There's also other things. Some of us, if you had the Bible shoved down your throat as a kid, you might be a little resistant to it as a grown-up. Well, there are other things you can read. Some people read the Bhagavad Gita. Some people read the teachings of the compassionate Buddha. Some people read the Quran. It seems to feed them. It seems to help them. There's also other things written down, and under this I would throw all program literature. This stuff can speak to us. It's written down, and if you pay attention to some things written down, it's a spiritual exercise. You will also find certain poets that will speak to you. It's okay to read them. Some people make a lot of use of these, like the meditation books, One Day at a Time, and Alan Hazelton has 10,000. I find that I don't need to use them as long as I have them. This is a craziness on my part. I don't need a complete set of meditation books. What I need is one or two that I use. But I'd much rather collect the set. This is a problem for me. But notice, it's using something written down. It's a useful way of connecting with a power greater than yourselves. And it is uncanny how sometimes you open it and it talks to you direct. Whew. Makes you nervous. Fourth area, where women and men seem to connect with a power greater than themselves. art and music. Art and music. This does not mean every musician is spiritual. It doesn't mean that every artist is spiritual. But over the generations of women and men gathering together to seek to do God's will, art and music play a powerful, powerful role. And it might be that something musical or something artistic can speak to you that nothing else can. So don't be afraid of spending some time there. One of the things I've started doing in the last few years is going to museums. When I visit some places, I just go and see things, and I don't get a lot of it. A lot of it doesn't move me. A lot of it I don't understand. But every so often, something just goes boom. I go, this is stunning. No one else seems to like it, by the way. They're all walking by. But I'm really moved. Or a piece of music, and I'm not real good on music. I mean, a lot of contemporary stuff I know some of. Country western, of course, real Al-Anon music. But like some of the composers, I don't know. I was real glad when a few years ago they made the movie Amadeus that was just full of a lot of the music of Mozart, because I don't know Mozart very well. It was very powerful and moving to listen to some of it, and it opened up the door enough so I could listen to some more of it. And some of the modern composers that can really move me. And I just think that's a gift. That connects me. That connects me real powerfully. So, you start your recovery, or you've been in recovery for a while, and everything is simply dry. You're not getting anything out of it anymore. Well, maybe you need to change strategy a little. Maybe you need to develop some other area that's gone dry or you've never developed. You want to spend some time in nature. If you're things are flat, maybe you need to get away for a while. 2 days, 5 days a week. If you can, vacation. Well, what do you do on vacation? Well, we go to Las Vegas nonstop. That's not necessarily vacation. Maybe you need to go to the ocean and sit. Maybe you need to go to the mountains. Maybe you need to go to northern New Mexico, which is very exotic. Spend some time. And when I go to some place like that, my first 2 days there, I'm usually very agitated. I don't want to be there because I'm overly tired. I need to be there for a couple of days before I start noticing the details. Some of us have lived in worlds that are very black and white. Again, I know that's not true for anyone here, but we sponsor some people like that, and we can be very rigid, and I did that. Every answer was answered, and I knew a lot. At least I had a lot of opinions, which is almost the same thing. I found that after I was in recovery for a while, a little bit of gray had entered my life, and I considered that a huge advance. Oh my God, there's gray. Not everything fit neatly into a category that I had figured out. There was gray. And then my gray area got bigger and bigger, and I felt I was very recovered. And then someone pointed out to me that between black and white, there's not gray. Gray doesn't exist there. Between black and white are the purples, blues, reds, yellows, oranges, and greens. And if you live in a world that is just black or white, you are missing over 90% of color. And recovery means acknowledging the color. There are a wide variety of colors in our world, and a lot of us have starved ourselves so that we don't even know that. I operated for a long time, and this is well into my, no longer drinking, just fine, thanks. I had 2 speeds that I operated at. One was 90 miles an hour, and the other was catatonic. There's a fellow in San Francisco named Mitch M., and Mitch had a few self-destructive patterns, and they referred to him as Crash and Burn. Which Mitch? Crash and Burn Mitch. Oh, sure, we know him. But it was the same thing. Either you can't do anything, or you are going nonstop. Who needs sleep? You can do that for a while, but you can't do that for long. And when I started hitting my 30s and now way into my 40s, I'm discovering recovery is finding out that there's a lot of speeds between 0 and 90. 25 at times is splendid. Sometimes 70 is okay. 55 is grand. Sometimes you want to go at 7 miles an hour. But the difference is we've got some choices here. We're not just doing stimulus response. Conscious, move! Conscious, make some choices. And I'm finding I don't like living the frenzy. The nice thing about the frenzy is that we can get high from it. When everything's blowing up, it's an adrenaline rush. And we get high from helping and being in charge and worrying and fretting and being doomed. It's a nice way of spending time, but there's a price you pay, and the price you pay is you start wearing out. I don't want to do that anymore. I want to learn that I have some choices about how I spend my day, the rate at which I spend my day, and I need for my recovery quiet time. I need for my recovery slow time, and I need for my recovery times when I can notice the 12 shades of green, the 5 shades of orange, and the things that I'm always too busy to notice. This is why the garden for me is a real important place, because it's different every day. It's different every day. We have seasons, and seasons influence us. There's something very arrogant about some human beings where we think we are just here as neutral observers and that we aren't influenced by the world around us. We're influenced. In fact, since the turn of the century, most science, modern science, strongly influences that every part of the universe is strongly connected to every other part of the universe. We're profoundly one in all kinds of ways. Sometimes, seasonally and also interiorly, it's spring. If you watch commercials, when you hear the word spring, what you should conjure up, that's probably for us, what you should conjure up is the notion of, what is it, Salem cigarettes? Green fields, little sheeps, pretty little trees, springtime water, a he and a she on the way to emphysema. That's what you should conjure up. Spring is also dangerous. Flooding happens in spring. Mud forms in spring. Huge growth suddenly, massively everywhere. Spring isn't just sweet and fun. It can be messy and scary and chaotic. Followed by summer. Gee, time off. Not really. For most of us, we work. And summer's long and hot. And it's a lot of effort to be there as you show up and the days go on and you can kind of lose hope, just out there one more day without end, Summer can be a hard time to be conscious and sensitive. Fall, autumn, I love. But it's real bittersweet, and I feel stuff in the fall. My grief stuff comes up, and loss stuff comes up, and the colors change, and there are smells and textures, and the leaves turn brilliant colors and then all fall off. I sponsor some people who will call me and say, "Oh, Tom, my leaves have just fallen off." Say, it's autumn, they're supposed to fall off. This is not a crisis. They will come back. Relax. It's just awful for a while. But my leaves, it's all right. They were beautiful last week, they're gone this week. Don't take it personally. And then we can go into winter where things are real shut down, quiet. They even look stark and battered. This isn't bad. Winter is a time where there's rest, where roots form, where internal things happen, and it's dark, and you say, oh, I don't feel creative and alive and upbeat. I feel like I'm really shut down. All I want to do is sleep and read. Something must be wrong. No. Maybe it's just January. Learn your rhythm. Respect your rhythm. Learn how to work with what you have instead of being embarrassed to tears by the process of being alive. And how do we connect with a power greater than ourselves through all of this? Through nature. Through other people. Through things written down. And through art and music. And these enrich our lives. Irenaeus is a 4th century Christian saint from somewhere out of Asia Minor, which might be Iraq, I'm not sure, but it's one of the, I never knew where Asia Minor was. I'm not good on details. But Irenaeus in the 4th century said that the glory of God is the person fully alive. Notice not fully right. Fully alive. And a lot of us come to Al-Anon as zombies. We've been right for years. That's not our problem. But emotionally and relationship-wise and intellectually and spiritually, we're just too rigid, too shut down, or too exhausted to be alive. The God who gives life is the God who gives freedom. And the God who gives freedom can also give us life again. And it's a new life in recovery. And is it hard? Yeah. And is it fun to be here a lot of times? No. Which is why we need each other very much. And you can... but to be fully alive doesn't always mean you're having good days. Sometimes it's awful. And that's part of the dance. So there. It's almost time for lunch, which is another very important part of the dance. I apologize for talking so long. I got carried away. We're going to connect about 3:30 and have an opportunity for some meetings for folks to check in. If you'd rather sleep or continue writing your 4th step, go right ahead and do that. And then we'll gather together for a talk tonight, I think at 5. One change I made on tomorrow's schedule, and this is just an announcement. Part of my spiritual practice is occasionally to celebrate Eucharist, as we would say in the 20th century, or say Mass if you're a little older. And I'd just like to invite you to participate in that if you'd like to. I'm going to do that tomorrow. I was going to do it at 7:15, but I'm not going to be up at 7:15. So I'm going to do it after the 9 o'clock talk tomorrow. And it's a Roman Catholic service. You are most welcome to come in. If that flips you out, just go for a walk. Please, it's fine. But you're most welcome to come. If you've never been before, I'll explain it as we go through. I know a lot of people were always nuts. I mean, well, you never know if Catholics are going to sit or stand or kneel. Well, neither do Catholics. It's one of the most well-kept secrets, but they don't know a thing. I'll explain it as we go through, and again, participate to the degree that you're comfortable. If we don't photograph you, and send these pictures to your Baptist grandmother saying, you thought she was in trouble when she was dating the heroin addict, but now look, praying with papists, trouble. So that'll be at 10 o'clock. It lasts about 40 minutes or so. And I'm going to do it real simple. Believe me, no processions, and it's just going to be very basic stuff. If it's been a while since you've been, it's in English now. And again, I'll explain it as we go through. And it's kind of an 11th step prayer and meditation. And we may even do it in here, rather than church. I haven't seen the chapel. That's probably a good idea to see it. I think before. But just anyway. And what I use is bread and grape juice. People wonder about that sometimes. But in 1974, Pope Paul VI gave a special dispensation to alcoholic priests to use grape juice, because if you were on antabuse, things got real interesting. Or if you had been through a lot of aversion treatment recently, so anyway. So the cup is user-friendly if Skip can be sure to get us some grape juice for tomorrow. All right. So, but that's tomorrow. Don't worry about tomorrow. It's time for lunch. Take a nap, go for a walk, do something wonderful, and back here at 3:30 for those who'd like to do some meeting stuff. Why don't we end with the Lord's Prayer? Much this afternoon. Very well. Very, very good. Do that regularly. Someone explained to me that a lot of us live lives that are very, 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 very full. So full that there's no room for anything new to ever come in. And sometimes it's important, therefore, to plan nothing, just so you can have some space and time so something new might develop. I know a fellow in the state of Oregon who 1/2 hour every day he does nothing as part of his recovery. This is someone whose Al-Anon bottom was hit with a lot of workaholism and frenzy. And there's 1/2 hour a day he just doesn't do much at all. And I think that's an iron discipline myself. It's easier to stay busy, than just to not stay busy. 6 o'clock's dinner, that's what we get to look forward to. At 7:15, what I'd like to propose is a different kind of exercise, sort of an 11th step exercise. Over in the chapel, I wandered into it, and it's really very lovely. So just for the sake of different space, it's at 7:15, and it's going to take about 1/2 hour. I'm going to propose a guided meditation for anybody who wants to do it. If you've never done it, again, come along. I'll make it kind of simple. And I want to talk a little bit about prayer and meditation there also. Kind of focused on healing a lot, because a lot of us could stand some healing. So that'll be at 7:15, and then when that's done, I think 1/2 hour later, we'll have a basic meeting in here. And what we'll have for that meeting, last night, for those of you who weren't here, we try to, there are different ways of doing meetings, and one is to just let whoever talks, whom the Spirit moves. You get some real quiet places then. Some people get very uncomfortable with that. I do always, which is one reason why sometimes it's nice to have quiet places rather than chattering our way through them. Other times people get called on, I went to a meeting for a while. It's the most serious AA meeting I've ever been to in my life. It was called the Hollywood Thursday Night Men's Stag. Very serious, intense, dreary bunch of people. And it was a problem-solving meeting. So you only went if you had problems. And when the moon was full, the meeting got fuller. It was a real strange combination. Rarely did you go there because you were having a good day. And the format of the meeting was to read the opening, hello, sit down, listen, and then wait for the first person with the problem. You could have more than one problem on the floor at the same time. And if you had a similar problem sober and got through it sober, you were invited to speak. But otherwise, shut up. So we just got there and sat. And one night we read from chapter 5, and it was 27 minutes before the first person spoke. This was a full room, too. But we were busy being men, just fine, thanks. We're fine. And no one was going to be the first sissy to break and imply that he may be having a bad day and perhaps some confusion. Not us. We were just sitting there. And when the first guy talked, about 3 others just burst into tears in relief. Oh, thank God, someone finally said something. I went to this meeting. I continue to have good and bad days in my recovery. I don't know why that's true. But I suspect it has something to do with being people. But I'd been ordained a priest for about 3 months. And I don't do parish stuff very much. I don't really care for parish work, just between the 50 of us. I mean, I don't. It's dreary, it's dull, they're whiny. Oh, God, same people every Sunday. Give me a break. So I preferred the classroom, but I did do some parish work, and the parish was in Hollywood, California. Now, if you haven't been there, you will think it's a glamorous location. If you have been there, you know it's about the fourth circle of hell. The three big industries in the parish are narcotics, tourism, and prostitution. It's the first time a hooker got knifed, and they called the parish, can you run down and anoint this lady who's saying something in Spanish about wanting to talk to a Catholic priest, and the no-tell motel was just around the corner. So I ran down there, and but mirrors on the ceilings, you know, I just staring around and doing welcome to the world, you know, hi. Anyway, that was my parish, and a lot of runaways who would come. People still think that you can make movies in Hollywood. You can, but when kids hit the streets, they get them in some very strange movies. And we figured, the police department and some agencies working with kids figured that we had about 36 hours to get to the kids before someone else did. Because when a kid's hungry, they'll do a lot of stuff that they wouldn't necessarily do if they aren't hungry. So it was a war zone, still is. It's a real tough place to go. Let's see, when what's-his-name was governor of California, he saved a lot of money by closing down mental institutions, and anybody who would promise to take their medication was let go. This is true. And tens of thousands of manic depressives and schizophrenics were let loose all over the state, and they have little locations they were supposed to go to get their medication, and three of those locations were in our parish. So we had people. The problem with a lot of emotional and mental illness is that when you feel good, you stop taking your medication. You know, you're cured. So we would start to have acting out schizophrenics and manic depressives. The Archangel Michael lived in the parking lot. And he was a very big man, usually not violent, but you never knew. We had a charismatic prayer meeting in the parish, which had to stop because all these people started showing up, introducing themselves as Jesus or his mother. You know, it was very weird. Various Jesuses yelling at each other over the group. A lot of homeless, a lot of runaways, a lot of shut-ins, a lot of elderly people. It was a pretty intense place. The parish was pretty poor financially. And within days after getting there, I took personal responsibility for everybody in parish in the pain. You know, of course. I had no Al-Anon yet. This was bringing me to Al-Anon, but I wasn't there yet. And I would answer phones nonstop, and sometimes the phone calls. People who measure things. There were like 300 phone calls a day in the parish, and there were people showing up at the front door all day long. A lot of them were just hungry, and this was back in '78. A lot of them were just hungry, and they needed food. Other people were just nuts. Just nuts. They had just seen Jesus walking on Hollywood Boulevard, and what was I going to do about it? Nothing. And I told them the next time they see him, say hello. That's what you do. I'm not going. So, having taken responsibility for every person in pain or crazy within 60 blocks, within a short period of time, I was as crazy as anyone else in town. And I was afraid to answer the phone. I was afraid to answer the door. I was full of anxiety. I needed to go someplace where I could get some help, but I didn't even know that. But I went to the Hollywood Thursday Night Men's Stag. And we read chapter 5, and then, anyone have a problem? Well, I wasn't going to be the first one to talk. I'm no fool. And then I finally was able to say something, and I said, "Hi, my name is Tom." I said, I've got this new job, and I feel absolutely overwhelmed and burned out, and I'm full of fear, and I don't know what to do. I thought that was editing it rather nicely. And this guy in the meeting, his name was Chuck, and he was about 6 feet tall and weighed a pound, and he smoked cigarettes without filters. He said, "Can I ask you a question?" I said, "Sure." He said, "Have you done this kind of work before?" And I said, "No, I really haven't. This is the first time for me." And he said, "Well, then you probably are inadequate." He went on to say that if you admit you're inadequate and don't know a lot of things, you can give yourself permission to learn what you need to learn on how to do the job, which had never occurred to me before. And it took this huge burden off my shoulders, and it was a major Al-Anon truth. You know? We get to realize when we're inadequate that there are some things that we're inadequate about. It's not the end of the world. Everybody has limitations, although you might need to look that word up. You know, what is a limitation? Some things we don't handle very well. In priest school, I had a wise teacher named Robert Daly, and he was, I didn't know this, but he had some familiarity with the program. And in a confessional situation, people come and want to talk, and a lot of times they're bleeding and on fire. And boy, what do you do? And he said, well, there's a couple of things. But he said the most important thing you can do when you're involved that intimately with somebody who's in trouble is pray for the grace to know when you're in over your head. Which was also brand new information to me. I didn't know you could be in over your head. I thought you had to rise to every occasion, or at least look like you've risen to every occasion, you know, and you kind of blather your way through it and get on to the next thing. But the permission that gave me to know when I'm in over my head is wonderful. And as a sponsor, that's advice I follow. Because there are times when someone I sponsor comes up with something that I know absolutely nothing about. And what I'm able to do is refer them. I don't know anything about this, but I know somebody who does. Would you like to talk to that person, and we can start making connections? I mean, I am not all wise, and I am not all knowing, and I am not all patient and tolerant, and I got to know that on a daily basis. You know? Or I get a little hostile. Oh, my. So, a lot of us in Al-Anon get here because we are so helpful. A lot of us in Al-Anon get here because we try to be in control a lot, which is exhausting. And I do believe that because of our way of thinking, the need to fix, the need to control, the need to help, a lot of us can lead pretty miserable lives. I don't know a lot of people who join Al-Anon because they're real happy. You know, I got a phone call from a fellow in San Francisco who'd been sober for 10 years and was a little homicidal, and relationship problems, you know. So I said, well, I think you need 100,000 Al-Anon meetings. And he said, I'd rather shoot myself. I said, well then, you know, fine. But there's a Monday night meeting at such and such an address that I'm usually at, and I'll be there. And he came in, and he wanted to wear a bag over his head. He was afraid someone would recognize him at an Al-Anon meeting. And he had been one of these fellows in another 12-step program who did a lot of bad-mouthing of Al-Anon for years. You know, and it was a humiliating experience for him. I was delighted. There are some symptoms that some of us develop. This is kind of a little back on step one, but I just want to talk about a couple of the things that can make us miserable. A lot of us, before we get to Al-Anon, we have a lot of delusions. Delusions are ideas we kind of believe, but they don't hold up to criticism or observation or even saying out loud. As soon as you say it out loud, you know it's nuts. So you just kind of privately believe it. But for instance, one of the delusions is I should be able to handle everybody's whom I love's problems. If I love them, I should be able to handle their problems. That's nuts. A lot of us can't handle those things. In fact, for people we love especially, we seem especially powerless around. Another delusion is that I'm in charge. I am controlling their drinking or their using. And as long as I don't sleep, they'll be fine. So they're out and I won't sleep. I know they'll be fine. So we go with, or we don't eat. We'll fast. We figure we can work a deal out with God where because of our behavior, we can protect the other people. And if they get into trouble, it's because we weren't trying hard enough. These are delusions. And we need to talk about them at meetings sometime because a lot of us think like this. There's the movie Nicholas and Alexandra about the last Russian emperor and his wife. And they had a lot of family problems, one of which was a little boy who was very sick. They also had World War I that was going on, and neither one was doing real well, and a lot of other things that were definitely a mess. And the empress, in her craziness, figured she had a lot of holy pictures, icons. If she just got them in the right order, the little boy would stop bleeding and Russia would win the war. No, dear. What you're doing on the table has nothing to do with the real world. You're delusionary. You're just delusionary. A lot of recovery is learning how to start telling the truth. Another thing that makes a lot of us unhappy is we too can be compulsive. So we have delusions. We have compulsions too. Maybe drinking. Some of us do that. Might be drugging. I have one of my cousins overdosed on prescription medication, so she wasn't an addict, but her husband was a wacko drunk physician who prescribed for her. It was very convenient. And she just wanted to help. She did things like run out every morning, get the newspaper, go over it with a damp cloth so that when he read the newspapers, he wouldn't get ink print on his hands. She did that for 30 years every day. Few other loving, generous things like that. She played the piano too loud, and so he put acid on the piano keys to try to discourage her from this, and she stayed with him. And thank God she could do Valium for years, which finally killed her, and she was found dead in the bathroom of nerves. So, compulsions, What other compulsions can some of us in Al-Anon develop? Compulsive spending, even in blackouts. When they first entered the presidential palace in the Philippines and saw Mrs. Marcos had a gazillion pairs of shoes, my first thought was it might have been a little stressful living with Ferdinand. All of a sudden, we just start buying clothes we don't need, we just start buying, and we can do that. Gambling, some of us do that. Let's see. Compulsive cleaning. This is not one of mine. But have you ever been in someone's home where they keep cleaning the ashtray and you don't smoke? That wonderful movie, Ordinary People, with Mary Tyler Moore, if you see that ever, Donald Sutherland, Timothy Hutton. The family has some trouble, and Mary Tyler Moore, who plays Mom, is doing her best to keep things straight and clean. And I didn't notice this till I had seen it 2 or 3 times. Every time she's in a scene, she's straightening something or dusting something. It will be perfect. Now, we're all dying inside, but we're going to die straight. We're going to die with our shoes shined. We're going to die with our hair just fine, thanks. Compulsive praying. Some of us really do become religiously nuts. And there is religious craziness. How do I deal with that? I just agree with them and head for the door. I refuse to argue theology with a lunatic, and especially when I'm related to them. And I have several with whom I'm related to, and they're just nuts. And you bring up certain subjects and their eyes glaze over and they start the lecture and you just decide it's time to move to the next room. I treat them like I would treat anyone who's severely mentally ill. Namely, I agree with them and head for the door. Some of us go through compulsive eating, and I'll do this. I'll be standing in front of the ice refrigerator eating ice cream out of the container. This is called taking the Haagen-Dazs cure. And it is not social ice cream eating. Okay? It's just, you don't even taste things, you just eat things. We'll do that compulsive eating. Some of us will compulsively exercise. And again, I wish I were more inclined towards this. I'm not, but so the basic thing you can feel is tired, and not a lot of other emotional things. One of the things about compulsive behavior is it helps us not feel. And rather than feel, I'm going to compulsively do a lot of stuff. It can make our lives very unhappy. We also, a number of us, before we get to Al-Anon and after, will have physical problems. We'll have ulcers, we'll have hypertension, we'll have colitis, we'll have migraine headaches. We can have all kinds of things going wrong with our bodies that are highly stress-induced. And a number of us die from stuff like that. It kills. We'll also have no feelings, because we can't afford them. If I started crying, I'd never stop. If I started laughing, I'd never stop. No, I'm just not going to feel anything, thank you. And I will deep freeze these. What's important to remember, there are things that are frozen deep inside of us, like emotions are frozen alive. And they'll come back, one way or another. And then, of course, we have no self-esteem. We just don't like ourselves. We're just embarrassed to be us, and we're just amazed that anybody else would want to spend time with us, It's a hard way to live. And what recovery does is it gives us some tools to use. They've done studies about a lot of us from alcoholic homes. And they discover that a lot of us from alcoholic homes go into helping professions. This is not news to any of us. But we are the ones who become teachers. We are the ones who become nurses and social workers. We are the ones who become priests and Marines and sisters. We are the ones who go into the clergy. We want to help folks, and that's not bad. That's a good thing. It's a good thing. When I was in my second year studying theology in Berkeley, we had my community go away for the weekend. And it was a let's get to know each other, because we weren't getting to know each other. Men can be very competitive, and we don't trust each other. And part of our problem, this isn't, I'm not letting out a state secret here. We're afraid that if you know how vulnerable I am, I will be bitterly judged. And so a lot of us are trained to be real competitive with one another, and we don't trust each other real well. And that happens pretty easily where we don't trust each other. Well, this was a let's get away for a weekend and let's get acquainted. And the topic was, here you are, you're 30 years old, you're 35 years old, you're 40 years old, you're in the seminary, you're studying for ordination to active ministry. The question is, how did you get here? Which is a great question. And it's sort of interesting. Some people said a lot. Some people were very protected. Even though the amount of time they talked was all about the same, everybody took an hour or so to answer the question. And everybody got an opportunity to. And with some, you were very moved. And others, you were saying, what's the jerk hiding? So, or at least I did. It was interesting to me that in over half of the men who were present for that, alcoholism or suicide was in the immediate family. Immediate family. And of the group of 23 of us, 7 were active alcoholics, including myself. So almost 30% of the group. Kind of amazing. One of the studies, but again, so we frequently go into helping professions. I think that's a fine thing. They found that a lot of us go into 2 professions pretty heavily. Nurses in intensive care units and air traffic controllers. Okay. Well, what on earth could they have in common? Number 1, stress. Oh, I work best under pressure. Have you ever said that? Oh, yes, I finally get on my best performance, when they're really breathing down my neck. Stress is a big one. Number 2, they're both dealing with life and death issues. We need to deal with stuff that we judge important, and a lot of stuff we just don't see as important. Number 3, we had a tremendous amount of energy and ability for dealing with hard places. I mean, you can't get some people to do the kind of work that needs to get done. They literally don't have it in them. They blanch in the face of horror. We just say, oh, well, let's move in. What's the problem? There's a couple of guns going off, yes. Now, let's stop this bleeding. Don't you panic. Not in years. One of my friends said that he was in Vietnam. Whenever the guns were going off, he slept just well, perfectly. If there was guns and things, slept like a baby. As soon as it got quiet, he couldn't sleep. Well, his home was a little violent alcoholic home when he grew up as a boy, and when his parents were screaming, you knew where they were. And you just were able to sleep fine. When it was quiet, it got very dangerous. And he just grew up like that, Another thing both groups had in common was an incredibly highly developed intuition. It flipped the other people on the staff out. Here's how it'll work. You're there in the unit. Mrs. Jones is over there at her bed. She's all hooked up to machines, and she's been real sick. And you just get this funny feeling, hunch, sixth sense. And you go over and you just stand by the bed, and you're just there when all of a sudden she goes into cardiac arrest. All the machines go off, everything starts ringing. The fact that you're there, you're able to be of immediate assistance, and you save her life. And the other nurses on the staff come around and say, how do you do that? That's about the 8th time I know of that you've done something like that. And you say, I don't know, I just get this funny feeling. Or the air traffic controller, you just know that something's not right on the screen. It's not scientific, you can't measure it, but there's something. And you keep paying attention and keep paying attention, and suddenly you notice this huge plane where it's supposed to be and this tiny little plane that's come out of nowhere. And you've saved a life. Boom, because you were paying attention. And the other air traffic controllers come up and say, how do you do that? Well, the way you do it is because when you grow up in an alcoholic home, you frequently have to learn what the temperature is going to be that night by the way the key goes in the lock. Intuition can be trained, and we are trained to be intuitive. This is a great gift. Great gift. The kicker in all of this is that most of us do not know how to take care of ourselves. And so the burnout rate is phenomenal. What Al-Anon is about is helping us learn how to take care of ourselves, which we never thought was important enough to learn, as long as everyone else is happy, what's the problem? Well, the problem is we need to learn to take care of ourselves if we're going to have a life. And that's very much what the tools of the program are for, is to help us learn how to take care of ourselves. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross makes a distinction, caretakers who do it very compulsively and no freedom is there at all, and if the song is, I want to be happy, but I can't be happy till I make you happy too. Year after year after year. It's a real dreary way of being alive. You know? Caretakers take care of people, and it's not a happy place to be. Caregivers choose to do this in freedom. Al-Anon lets us know we have choices, and there are some places we can choose to put our love and our energy, and there are other places we do not have to put our love and our energy. And we're called to be caregivers. Learning where I can make a difference. Learning what fits. Learning what's possible. And there is in the world a lot that is a mess. I've mentioned that before. I think it's real true. One of the ways I understand that best is also from a rabbinical story. The problem of evil. You know, why is there evil in the world? Why is there injustice? Why is there awful? Has had people thinking about it for a long, long time. Some of the answers that people come up with I just disagree with and don't like. Others I like. This one I like. The rabbis would say, if you take a look at the book of Genesis, which is the first book of the Old Testament, chapter 1 of Genesis talks about creation. It's the first story of creation. Chapter 2 of Genesis gives a second story of creation. There's two oral traditions that have been written down. They're different. There are differences between them. But basically it comes down to God, according to the chapter 1, God creates things in 6 days. And on the seventh day God rests. The rabbis speculated that this is still the sixth day of creation. Why is there so much that's unfinished and undone? It's because a lot is still unfinished and undone. And if you take a look at the first 5 days of creation, everything that God created in the morning of that day, God used to complete the work of that day. So when God created dry land, the full day, you know, the work is done. When God creates fish and goats and avocados on the other days, the day is done and the work is done. God creates woman and man on the sixth day, and we're not done yet. What we are called to be, according to this rabbinical understanding, is we are called to be co-creators with God of the whole universe. God works through us. How on earth is poverty going to be dealt with? Through us. How is injustice going to be dealt with? Through us. How are those poor hungry kids going to be fed? Through us. How are these children ever going to learn how to read and write? Through us. God works through people, not just in silly little ways, but in fundamental ways. How on earth is the cancer cure going to be found? God will work this out through us, as with the cure for AIDS, as with the cure for diabetes. There are women and men in laboratories right now who are literally doing God's work. This is what we're called to do. Our problem with untreated Al-Anons is that we didn't know what we were supposed to do anywhere, so we just responded to everything that was on fire and ended up exhausted, burned out, and angry. And then we get to make choices here. I occasionally get very messianic. There was a famine going on in Africa, and I thought, well, I should go over there and help, you know. And my sponsor, who is cursed with practicality, said, Tom, do you know anything about famine relief? I said, no. He said, do you speak any Ethiopian? I said, no. He said, are you real rich? You can bring a lot of food over with you? I said, no. He said, oh, good. So you'll go there and be one more mouth to feed. You know? Not a good way of handling the problem. Where can you do something a little more effective to help God create a better world? And then he suggested, what about your second period class? the group you hate? Why don't you just spend some time there, you know? How dull and boring. If you had seen my second period class, you would have found starving Ethiopia to be much more attractive yourselves. The Christian version of this, I mean, that's the rabbinical version. The Christian version of this I heard years before when I was in school. It was World War II. The story is from World War II, Italy. The Americans are battling the way up the Italian peninsula. The Germans are pulling out. Lots of clashes, lots of fighting. There's a little town. There had been a lot of fighting. The Americans enter, and the first thing they do is start to rebuild the town and feed the people. And there was a statue of Christ in the middle of town, and it had been blown to pieces, and they put most of it together, and they got most of it together, except they could not find the hands. And one of the GIs wrote a sign that said, "Christ has no hands but yours." See, I think that's literally true. I mean, this is the way I've been raised. And so don't blame God. Go to work. You know, and in Al-Anon, where can I make an effective difference? And it might simply be the only effective difference I can make in the world this year is making sure that I planted the bulbs. You know, and said hello to a couple of dreary newcomers at a meeting, and put up with an opinionated old-timer, and made sure the meeting started on time, and that when I participated, I stayed focused. And then God is able to do the most amazing things. I mean, why on earth, the second and third step, why do we hope that anything can come from God? Because we hope that God has skills, and we hope that God is resourceful, and we hope that by cooperating with this, much healing can be done. This is the good news, you know. I like the notion of this being the sixth day, because it lets us know that there's something to be done. And as caregivers, we can participate to share in that. And a lot of that means learning how to take care of ourselves. For our little friends in the intensive care unit and at the air traffic controller situation, some of the best information we can ever get in Al-Anon is that we have rights. We have a right to say no. We have a right to set some limits. And we have a right to take care of ourselves. We have a right to take care of that little business of try not to get too hungry, too angry, too lonely, or too tired. When I was growing up, I was taught that if you were hungry, angry, lonely, and tired, you were a saint. It's just not true. You are a misery to live with. You know, well, and it's as it doesn't always have to be spoken. A lot of this can be done with just the right sigh. How are things? Okay. Mom, what can we do? You know, I mean, always in crises, always exhausted. Watching the hungry, angry, lonely, tired is real important if you're going to be an effective living person. Hungry. They've done studies, and they discover what happens if you do without food for a period of time, like, days, or even hours. You skip breakfast, you skip lunch, and you have a very intense situation at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The first measurable thing that changes when your blood sugar is 0 is your ability to make decisions. Your thinking is impaired when you don't have food somewhere in your system, and you start doing real dumb things. This is why frequently we'll say something like, before you go grocery shopping, make sure you have a sandwich. Don't go into Safeway hungry. Because if you go into Safeway hungry, you'll suddenly discover that you need a lot of ice cream, just for now. And you'll never get over to the fresh fruits and vegetables. Your decision-making process has been impaired. And if you're going to go into stressful situations, it's sometimes very helpful to have a glass of orange juice beforehand, or an apple. Something that won't short you out. It might not be a good idea to have 12 Hershey bars, however. Okay. Hungry is important. Hungry is important. As far as angry goes, I get angry. What makes me angry? There's a couple of things. I frequently don't notice the cause, I just notice the result. I'll just suddenly realize that I'm angry, but it doesn't mean I'm screaming and shouting and yelling. That's too obvious. When I do that, I'm kind of relieved because then it's obvious that I'm angry. But sometimes I'm angry and I don't even know it because I don't experience it as being angry. I experience it as being right. And it's real low temperature. I mean, it's not on fire. The giveaway for me there, the thing that lets me know that I'm in trouble is that it's not just that I'm right, but I'm right without mercy. And the fact that I'm accurate does not help the situation. And I have to learn how to soften up a little here. Angry. I get angry when I get hurt. If I stub my toe, I get angry. If I bump into something, I get angry. If I get emotionally hurt, I get angry real quickly. And so sometimes I'll notice I'm angry and I have to trace back a little bit to find out I've been hurt. And that's subtle. Sometimes that's real subtle. I also get angry when I get scared. I don't like fear. I'm one of those people who has a nanosecond of fear and then moves into rage. Let's hit back. When does this happen? Oh, when I'm driving. I'll be very serene, completely tolerant and thinking kind thoughts, and some jerk cuts me off. And fast. I mean, danger. And I'll respond with, I will follow this guy and let them know. This is why I do not carry a gun in the car. I don't. Because, see, I would only use it once every 10 or 12 years, but I would just be being let out of prison for the last time I used it. I had this experience, and I know this will shock you, but I was doing a retreat in Southern California, and, or I should probably just say a certain western state. And the people who were, one woman ran the retreat, and she was one of these people who didn't need Al-Anon. And she had a bit of a control issue on occasion, and was known on occasion to be very angry and scary, and that's how she ran people's lives. And I displeased her. I really flipped her out. And I thought it was over something that was pretty innocuous, thank you very much, but there was disagreement. She landed on me with hammer and tong and talked to me like I have not been talked to in years. Now, I had a moment of grace and sanity, and it was clear to me that I did not have to respond to her. But I was feeling fear because she was scaring me. I mean, she was using the right tone of voice to get right through. Tom, do not respond. And I wasn't going to necessarily snap back. I could have just been insulting or distant or humorous, humor, for the jugular. And I just said, keep breathing, let her finish her piece, which she did, and then moved on. And I made a resolution right then, which I hope I observe for my whole life, and it's this. When I'm real angry at someone like she was with me, I do not want to be talking with the person I'm real angry at. She said stuff she didn't need to say, in a tone of voice she didn't need to say it, but she was out of control. I can get angry like that. And when I'm angry like that, the discipline is to say, I'll be back in 20 minutes. And to go outside and chop wood, or dig in the yard, or go and do some real deep breathing, or do something physical to discharge some of that awful stuff. Because anger is a physical reality, and we need to know that. It's a physical reality. And there are times I'm going to have to do something physical to take care of it, and I do not want to discharge that on something living. That's why chopping wood's nice. Or digging in the yard, especially if you have nice clay soil. Baking bread is nice if you don't use machines, because you can punch the bread. And this is what grandmas used for years when they just couldn't stand their kids one more second. They'd go bake bread. Gee, isn't it great? Grandma's baking bread every time we come to visit. Why do you think so? You know, she sure gets into that dough. I mean, these are things people have used, and it's a creative use of it. So the angry is real important. Lonely, people feel lonely sometimes. Even if you're married a lot, like 8 or 12 times, you're going to have times when you're just lonely. This is part of the human dance. And it's one of the most unfavorite feelings I have. I can feel very panicky around it, and I have action to take around it, but it doesn't make the feeling necessarily go away right away. Sometimes you're just lonely. So you go to a meeting, you write some letters, you make a few phone calls, you get something to eat that's not toxic, and you might go for a walk or a nap, and the feeling passes. Well, how do you start making friends, especially when you move to a new town? Start by saying hello. Do not start by saying, let's move in. That's nuts. Say hello, wave at people. Some will wave back. Then you get to wave back at them. And over time we start developing friends. Does it take effort and work? Yes. And as some of us get older, we start finding a lot of the people we've known forever die or move on, and there's an effort we have to make new friends. Especially with younger generations of people, And I see this with some of us who are approaching old-timers, over a year in the program. You just get tired of whiny newcomers because it takes too much effort to be their friend. But for our own sake, we need to take time with whiny newcomers, because these whiny newcomers will become our good friends over years, and we need to know that. It's hard to keep reaching out to people. And especially, like I say, if you do have a lot of loss recently. A fellow I know in San Francisco has been sober for 10 years, and we were talking about this topic precisely. And he's been depressed for a while and in grief for a while. And I says, I have such helpful answers for others. My own life is a disaster, but I'm real good with others. And I said, you've got to go out and meet new friends, feeling lonely, feeling run down. And we talked a bit. He had lost 16 good friends to AIDS in the last 2 years. 16. He doesn't go to funerals anymore. He said, I stopped after the 7th one. Grief, loss, pain. And is he worn out? Oh, you bet he's worn out. And he still needs to reach out to new people. But you understand, you get to the point. I can understand with some old-timers, when you've lost your peer group, this can be a very lonely place for you. And those of us who are newer in the program need to reach out to make sure people are included. What happens in recovery, a lot of us come in a little narrow. Now, I know, again, that's not true for anyone in this room, but we sponsor some people who come in a little narrow, a little rigid, a little hostile. Over time, our lives get bigger. This is a real good sign. When you start liking people that you severely disapproved of 2 years ago, When your heart starts getting bigger, this is a real good sign. I had, I guess my 10th birthday or so, I threw a party for me in Oakland, and it was wonderful. There were some ladies from Marin County who showed up, and they frequently wear ankle-length dresses and big straw floppy hats. They're kind of garden club ladies, and they're quite wonderful, and they were all very crazy when they started their recovery, but they kind of look like Better Homes and Gardens. And right behind them were 7 dykes on bikes who came in with major stuff. And then they were followed by a couple of longshoremen, and they were followed by a group of people from down the street, you know, who kind of lived quiet lives. And all these people had a lot in common, and they knew it. And it was a great conversation. And we had someone show up who was not a member of the program. And they could not get over the fact that all these folks were there, you know, and they wanted to know, well, what do they have in common? And I said, life, you know, and great big hearts. And this happens to us over time. I know I get sick when my heart starts getting real narrow. I have lost 2 in my life over different things, and I've lost some friends to AIDS, and I've lost some friends to alcoholism, and some to suicide, and it's been a hard couple of years. And I was talking to my friend Stephen about this, and Stephen is a priest up in Portland, Oregon, and he knows things. And he has less time than I do, but he pays a lot more attention than I do. But I listened to him, and I was telling him, Steve, I just feel so empty sometimes, you know? And he said, maybe you're not feeling empty. Maybe what you're feeling is spacious. Maybe what you're feeling is room. And it's an awkward feeling because you haven't had that feeling in a long time. But if there's room, then things can come in and out. He said it's interesting, if you look at a room like this, one of the reasons it's so useful is because it has so very much empty space. We can use this place for a lot of different reasons because there's a lot of empty space. And he tried to make the point again to me that openness or spaciousness is not the problem. It's how we use it that's the problem. And the last point about being too tired, I found that after I got into recovery, one of my big Al-Anon issues was my workaholism. I will always be busy for others, thank you very much, nonstop until I drop. Because I preferred feeling tired to feeling a lot of other things. And people could say, how do you feel? And I would say, tired. And they would say, gee, you felt tired last year. And I would say, yes, I'm consistent, you know. I would rather, especially like I find around grief and loss stuff after my friend Michael died, I got real busy because I didn't want to feel the grief. I'll just stay real busy. And I can do that for a while, and then I know when it's time and it's safe to knock off the busy to feel some of the feelings, but it's pretty awful. What I have to be careful with on this is that sometimes it doesn't come across to me as tired. It's like hungry doesn't always come across as hungry, you know, or angry doesn't always come across as angry. Tired for me sometimes comes across in the form of there is no hope. See, I'm really tired. I don't know it. I just think we're doomed. There's no way out. General Custer, more are coming. You know, it will never get better. We have no energy to respond. Let's just all go lie down. And it's tired. And what I need is some food emotionally and spiritually, and some time to digest the emotional and spiritual food. And then I find I have much less despair in my life. I think some of us who do despair do so because we're just so exhausted. Coming into Al-Anon, we talk a lot about dignity here and self-respect here, and finding out who we are here and that we have rights here and learning how to care for ourselves here. And doing that creates a whole new world for us, where on the 6th day we can be forces for good, not just out there, but also in here. It's 6 o'clock. we should go eat dinner at 7:15 for those who'd like. Now, if you'd rather do something else, do something else. But over in the chapel over there, we'll have a guided meditation which will last half an hour, 35 minutes. And then we'll have a meeting following that. Okay? Grand. Let's break. Why don't we try the Serenity Prayer? This time trying to mean it. Okay, that's very important. Someone asked me if the Serenity Prayer was the same thing as a primal scream. And I said, yes, sometimes. I think they're very much alike. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, and courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. I said that prayer for years before I ever listened to it. I don't know if you do things like that. I used to think that the way it read was this, or the way it meant, what do things mean? I want to change some stuff, and I'm willing to accept some stuff, so then I'll get serene. Right? It's because serenity's the point, and that's what I want to be forever. And that's not what the prayer says. What the prayer says is, first, give me some serenity. Then I'm going to be able to change some stuff and accept some stuff. Okay? And it underlies and illustrates a very important spiritual principle about when we make decisions. And some of us have to make decisions if we're going to be grown-ups. One of the signs of grown-up-hoodness is that people make decisions about their lives. And the important point is, when is the right time to make a decision? And there are two times it's not a good time to make a decision. One is when you're really high. Oh, baby, oh. It's not necessarily the time to make a major decision, Or, oh, I feel so good, I know I'm going to last this way forever. Well, call me Tuesday, we'll see. I have some people I sponsor who will call me on occasion just bubbling over with bliss. And they're so happy, and the promises are true, and everything's fine. I tell them to write this down and date it. Because next Tuesday, when they want to start shooting people, they're not even going to remember they had a good day. It's wonderful, but that's not necessarily the best time to make a decision. We just met, we're moving in, but we get along on everything. Wait, please, let's take some time. Slow is real. The other time when it's not a good time to make a decision is when everything's awful, and it's just bleak. The real high and the real low. The good time to make a decision is after a couple of real highs and a couple of real lows, you're in a middle place, where you can say, yeah, ups and downs. Now that we know about ups and downs, what's a reasonable course to make? And a good question, it's not always a helpful question, but a good question is, what would a reasonable person do in a situation like this? Now, most of us have to make some phone calls to find out. But it's a good question. Well, what's God's will in this picture? Well, I'm of the opinion that frequently God's will tends to be reasonable. And so what's reasonable here? What would a grown-up do in a situation like this, which is another picture that doesn't come up with a necessarily clear image for me, but I can ask around, what would a grown-up do? Well, a grown-up would say yes, or a grown-up would say no, or a grown-up would say we're done. Looking for God's will all the time, there's one thing that we as Al-Anons need to know. Two things. Number one, if it's impossible, we don't have to do it. I'll repeat that because it's subtle. In fact, if it's impossible, it's not God's will. Because God's will is in the world of the possible. Well, isn't it God's will for me to be always available? No. It is God's will for you sometimes to sleep. You're just not available. It is God's will for you sometimes to be busy with other things, and you're just not available. You know, I mean, what's possible, what's reasonable, and sometimes we discover what's impossible. I mean, I discover, like with some relationships I've had with some people, I'm allergic to some people. I'm just allergic. Now, that goes a couple of ways. One is I go brain dead and approve everything they do, which is stupid. That's allergy. Or there's nothing they can do that's right. I consider these allergic reactions. Now, it's no one's fault that that's the way my brain and body work. But what I try to do is stay away from them. Because we're not going to work out a relationship. We're allergic. And I'm always going to be finding fault and being miserable, making their lives miserable. Or I'm always going to be so hopelessly available they'll never grow up. So there are some boundaries I put in there because it's reasonable. And we don't have to work it up. Someone was talking about making amends with some family members. And the impression this person got was that once you made amends, you were supposed to take up again as best friends. I don't see that in the literature. And I don't see that in human experience. Some people I make amends to, and I never have to talk to them again. It's not like, well, now let's start spending Thanksgiving together for the next 40 years. No, I'm sorry. I'm making amends so that we've made peace, but this doesn't mean we're becoming firm allies. You know, we're just going to stop attacking each other. I mean, I've got to know what's possible and what's not possible, and it's not possible for some people to be in my life for various reasons. You know, I mean, it's a real question of accepting limitations and accepting who we are. You know? And it's also true that some people just can't stand me. Well, I don't have to make them stand me. You know, I can just tolerate their allergy and say, well, I do not have to go out of their way to make their lives miserable. Just because I disapprove of you or dislike you does not mean you are therefore fair game. I'm in charge of my behavior. I might not be in charge of my feelings. And if I feel a little toxic or allergic to you, I just don't like the way you walk, I don't like the way you think, I don't like the way we're relatives. I mean, I don't like the nature of the relationship. You're my cousin, but you're a jerk, and I don't like hanging out, you know, all that stuff. That doesn't mean I have the right to persecute. What I do have the obligation to do is be fair, which is a word sometimes we have to look up. What's fair? And courtesy is a real good thing. And to be polite. Even enemies can be polite. You know, well, if enemies can, relatives can. Sometimes I think if I dislike you, that's kind of God telling me to hurt you. No. It's my understanding, my own limitation, and I can dislike you and wish you well. But that doesn't mean we have to be best friends or pretend we're best friends. I mean, I just think that's some important stuff to say, and I think that's very much living in the real world. At least my real world. So that's one thing. If it's impossible, we don't have to do it. Also, relationship-wise, to have a relationship with somebody, you need two people who are willing and able. If only one is willing and able, you're not going to have a relationship. But I so much want to reconcile with so-and-so. Well, it's, you know, two. You know? When, great enemies. You know, when President Nixon met Mao Zedong, these had not been best friends for a long time. They were both willing and able to meet. And if one had been willing but not able, or able but not willing, they wouldn't have met. Sometimes we try to put square pegs in round holes, and willing and able is important. The second thing that I'm pretty sure is God's will is I am sure that it is not God's will to have one more burned out, exhausted, angry person on the face of the earth. We have our quota of burned out, angry, exhausted people on the face of the earth. And in terms of job, in terms of family, in terms of a lot of other, I don't want to be one more casualty. And I was trying to be friends with somebody a few years ago, and it was going nowhere, and I was trying real hard, is the other person willing, is the other person able? And one of my friends sat me down and said, Tom, have you noticed he has no friends at all? What makes you think you'll be the first? Oh. Don't exhaust yourself trying to do the impossible. It is not God's will to have one more burned out, exhausted person on the face of the earth. I think it is very much God's will for us to be people who learn how to love, and people who learn how to be of service, and people who learn how to have some joy in their lives and be practical. Whenever I can be practical, I call it a red letter day. But I go back to that notion of Irenaeus, the glory of God is the person fully alive. Well, recovery is all about being alive. It has a lot to do with the working and the loving and the playing. I'm also of the opinion that we have a lot to learn about spiritual health from older people who've been at it a long time, and they give us an idea of what spiritually healthy looks like. And one of the feels I get around people who are spiritually healthy and old is that they feel like old shoes. Real comfortable, real broken in, and you'd ignore them unless you knew better. Numbers of us have an old person like this in our lives. We had one or two in my family that were just gold. I mean, the old shoes. And they kind of embarrassed the slicker folks in the family who were more hip and well put together and efficient. We would have a couple of old folks that they just wanted to tell stories and hang out with the kids, and they were wonderful. They were gold. And because I'm lucky enough to have had some real good connections with some much older people, I look for connections with much older people. When I was my best friend when I was a little boy was my mother's aunt. She was the best friend to anybody under 15 years old. And she was 70 when I was born. And tough Swedish peasant woman. And she was wonderful. So now in recovery and in my own church, I look around for folks who've been around the track a couple times. And I find that they have that same feel, real old shoes, well broken in. Where I get a little nervous around people who have every hair in place and an answer for every problem, and who are just too slick and well packaged to be trusted. I just don't trust them at all. Which brings us to this poem called Grandma Sits Down by Rick Kempa. This is from that series of When I'm an Old Woman, I Shall Wear Purple. And this, I think, is talking about an old shoe. Her knees lean against the front of the battered rocker, getting their bearings, while she frowns out the window at the garden, or squints into the poplars to see if the sparrowhawks have returned. Slowly, flat-footedly, like a fashion doll in the department store, she rotates, knees locked, keeping contact with the chair. Her hands grope for, find, grip the knobs at the ends of the wooden arms. She's not looking at anything now. It hurts. She's concentrating. Holding her breath like an astronaut, knuckles white around the knobs, she lets herself fall. The chair shudders, reels backwards, hangs for a very long instant on the coaster's rims, her eyes are shut, head pressed back, and then begins to oscillate. She breathes out. Another successful maneuver. Nothing to be especially pleased about. She knows not to take for granted she can get back up. Still, the wind of her motion cools her cheeks. She continues with the letter she's been writing, quote, "The earth is beginning to thaw. I am anxious to plant some seeds." This is a person who's not done. I'm anxious to plant some seeds. That has something to do with being patient. And for those of us who need a couple of 100,000 Al-Anon meetings to get through the day, we need to talk about patience for just a little bit. Because what this flies in the face of is the notion that if you really have your life together, you will not have bad days. If you really had a decent program, you wouldn't have grief. If you really worked your second and third steps, you wouldn't have emotions. I discovered a great problem with the third step. There's several. But the one that bothered me most was I had the suspicion that if I really turned it over right, it would all get into neat stacks. If I really turned it over right, God would do it my way. If I really manipulated it right, I'd finally be comfortable constantly, and they'd do what they need to do. I discovered that I would turn it over, and things would stay messy. And I figured, something's wrong here. Am I not doing this right? What about turning it over and having everything get shipshape? Well, that's possible. But it doesn't get shipshape because you turned it over. The reason I turn stuff over is I can't run it, I can't fix it, I can't control it, I'm powerless here. That's why I turn it over. And it's sometimes very difficult and awkward. And we need a lot of patience because things don't get neat fast in the real world. The word patience is from a Latin word. It's a verb, spelt P-A-T-I-O-R, patior. The adjectival form is paciencia. What does patior mean? It means to be able to be uncomfortable. Patience is the ability to be uncomfortable without committing homicide or suicide. People in hospitals are called patients because they're uncomfortable. Discomfort is part of being alive. It's not a crisis. And what we get to learn in recovery is we can be uncomfortable and yet have a life. And this is why we're given some very important tools like take this a day at a time. Because if I have to feel like this for the next 70 years, forget it. But can I just be uncomfortable this morning? Now, sometimes the discomfort is mild, and sometimes the discomfort is extreme, and the discomfort can come in all kinds of ways. It might be anger. It might be grief. It might be depression. It might be fear. I mean, there's a lot of different kinds of discomfort that go there. Some mild irritation. A lot of life is real irritating. And if you're going to have a relationship with anybody, especially your kids, you're going to be uncomfortable. Because have you noticed they don't always do it on your time schedule? I met a lady who's quite grand. I like the way she thinks because she agrees with me a lot. And she joined Al-Anon years and years and years ago. And part of her craziness was she was a compulsive advice giver, which I recognize as part of my talents. And she got into Al-Anon, and it takes a little while sometimes for Al-Anon to kick in. And she noticed the Al-Anon literature and found a lot of it inadequate. And so she developed an addendum to Al-Anon literature. And when people said, will you sponsor me? She would say, yes, here's the Al-Anon literature, and then here's my packet. And it was full of advice about what to do in every imaginable thing, from, how to deal with the waxy yellow buildup on the floor down. And it was page after page after page of advice about every imaginable thing. I mean, let's fantasize all circumstances. When Al-Anon started working in her life and she started turning a few more things over, and when she realized that behind steps 2 and step 3 are the principle that God has skills and God is resourceful and God can be trusted, 3 big ideas, she started giving less advice and she started having fewer pages to hand out. When I met her, she said, right now I just have one piece of advice to give to anybody who I sponsor. And I said, what is it? She said, it's call before you shoot. Now, I want you to know that alcoholics don't laugh at that. They don't get it. Don't get it at all. And I had a reflection on the fact that there is a difference between AA humor and Al-Anon humor. I mean, it's really like you go to the AA meeting, they're laughing and laughing and laughing, and Al-Anon tends to be a little serious on occasion. There are things that alcoholics find hilarious that don't seem to move the group here. And why is that? Well, here's why. Alcoholics remember the first 20 minutes. The Al-Anons remember the whole evening. And it was no longer funny by 11 p.m., you know? But I love that, call before you shoot. And I know exactly, because I can get there. And I need to remember that when in my brain, I have a character in my brain that I just refer to as Robespierre. Robespierre is a French revolutionary character, and after the king was dead, a group ran France, and they called themselves the Committee of Public Safety, and they lasted for a while. But what they were going to do was search out the enemy and cut their heads off. It was the Committee of Public Safety. And Robespierre ran the committee. And he cut off a lot of people's heads for their own good, and for the good of the group. Well, I've got to remember when that particular tone of voice is operating, I need a meeting. I need a meeting, because I may be accurate, but I'm also merciless. And calling executions is not the same thing as working the 3rd step. Although I get them confused, which is why sponsorship is real important. And I want to talk about that for just a few moments this morning. A lot of us beat the sponsorship drum. I'm real practical about it. I find that my sponsor, who I've had, he's in both programs. He's a helpless alcoholic who has been going to Al-Anon since he was 16 years old, because he had to. His father was an alcoholic who died on a slip, which happens. So he uses Al-Anon as a sponsor in working with me. A lot of us, when we can become sponsors, we can put ourselves up as little dictators. And that's not what sponsorship's about. we kind of start leading our lives through our sponsees, you know, and suddenly proclaim ourselves king. Terry believes that he has no right as my sponsor to protect me from my own pain. It's a real important principle. It's a hard one. I think this is where graduate level Al-Anon kicks in, because if you're like me, if you love someone, you don't want them to have pain, ever, because it makes you feel bad, you know, so please, I'm cold, you wear a sweater. There's a real releasing here, where someone you love can be in pain, and if you have a program where you realize that oftentimes God knows what God is doing, you can allow the other person to be in pain, you know, and you can give love and you can give some support, but you can't order them to stop feeling, nor can you run interference. People have to live their own lives. So sometimes I'll call Terry and just say, I'm hurting, and he'll say, yes. Tell me about the last couple of weeks. You know? A few years ago, I was going through a pretty rough time. It was a combination of things, but part of it was hungry, angry, lonely, tired. Kind of way into overdrive, you know, warp 6, Mr. Sulu. That's a Star Trek reference for those of you who watch Star Trek. I find it a grand metaphor. What's the point? Hold on. Own pain, yeah, that's close. Oh yeah, no, it was a grim time, and that's why. See, we just trace it back, and it's there. It's a great shock, by the way. I've never dropped acid in my life. My sponsor says I should always say things like I haven't dropped acid yet in my life, because it's always possible with the way my brain works. But when I say that, because some people are really surprised when they hear that I've never done that, because I sound like someone who was on acid for a very long time. But I called Terry, and I had done some writing. I don't like writing. I have very mixed stuff around writing. I don't... One of the reasons I resist writing is it helps me focus, and I frequently prefer distraction to focusing. This is still true as we speak. Anyway, I had written a lot of stuff. I was in a lot of pain, and I was at the little word processor, and my sponsor called. Now, I have had the experience a lot of times of wanting to take notes when he talked, because this is not a guy that uses a lot of idle words. It's kind of well honed. And he was on the phone, and I was at the word processor, and I told him stuff. And as he started talking, I just typed. So I have a page of pure sponsor stuff. I can't tell you. I mean, it's a golden page. And after he hung up and stuff, I reread the page. And one of the things he said was this, because I don't absorb on the first bounce. I need to spend some time with it. He said, you know, Tom, this is on the principle of, you know, letting people hurt, about letting people have their own pain. He said, you've spent the last 2 or 3 years working real hard to get here. You've gone way out of your way to make sure that you're going to be hungry, angry, lonely, tired, and nuts. Don't put a Band-Aid on this. Pain is not the enemy. Pain helps us pay attention. He said, how's this? Why don't you just give yourself permission to be a mess for a while? Go to meetings and mention it. That you're a mess right now. You don't have to go into a lot of details. But be here, you know. Well, I was there, and that was important. I kept in touch with him. There were a few other folks I kept in touch with, and I had to work through some real basic stuff. But I had worked hard to get there, and I didn't want to deny the process. You know, it took a couple of months to work through where I was able to start snapping back. Very important stuff. So, can you have someone you love in pain, and can you continue with your own life, is a real important balance in Al-Anon. The other is Terry doesn't believe that he has the right to forbid me to make mistakes. alcohol with a brilliant idea, well-reasoned, well thought out, and he'll say, well, I don't know of anybody who's been able to do that and maintain anything that looked like integrity, but why don't you give me a call? What? I said, yeah, it just blows up. People get real miserable when they do what you're planning, but I love details, and keep score and let me know, let's hear. And so I'll try it, and it blows up, and I become nuts and call him. He says, I thought so. Again, it's like, let's keep talking about this. It's not you, if you do that, you're fired. No. Give me a break. We get to make mistakes in our recovery. The 10th step says when we're wrong, not if we're wrong. And I find in the trust that I've developed for this man, I'm able to tell him almost anything, and he usually, now that we've been together so long, he's able to respond with his own experience, strength, and hope. And say, yeah, I had a similar experience, or I know of a similar experience, or that's real important. Once I tried slipping something by him. I was real uncomfortable because I hadn't mentioned situation X, and I was hoping he wouldn't notice when I mentioned situation X, and so I kind of packaged it in 2 or 3 other things. And I just kind of mentioned it in passing, like as item number 3 on the list. And he listened to the rest of the list, and he said, let's go back to item number 3. Tell me about that one. That sounds really important. Well, what he picked up, and he's not God, but he is sensitive and pays attention. He picked up my embarrassment around item number 3. Let's talk about that. Sponsors do not see the future. Sponsors are not infallible. Sponsors are other people who are in desperate need of every one of the 12 steps. But what we're dealing with is another human being as an important person in our lives, and for a lot of us, that's vital. The spiritual writers make it real clear. If you're on the spiritual journey by yourself, you're nuts. You're just nuts. If you sponsor a lot of people and do not have a sponsor, you are setting up Jonestown. Okay? I know people who get in this situation. They're really wonderful people, but they lose their peer group. We kind of make gurus out of them. They lose their peer group. They no longer have a sponsor, and they end up taking their own advice, which is always a bad idea. It's real important to have someone to check stuff out with, to run things by, to have someone that knows you real well and you're very safe with that person. That's not just a requirement of recovery, that's one of the treasures of recovery. That's one of the benefits. Well, I'm looking for a sponsor. Some of us look for a combination of Jesus Christ and the Renaissance man in a sponsor, And those might be a little high. Look instead for someone who's in desperate need of every one of the 12 steps, and it might be easier. We're dealing with flesh and blood here. How often should you talk to your sponsor? I don't know. Mine lives in L.A., and I travel a lot, so when I'm down there, I always see him, and we spend time on the phone. And there are times it really is just touching base. And then there are other times when we get to spend 3 or 4 days together, to kind of get reacquainted. I tell Terry that sometimes I regard him as a lucky rabbit's foot. I just feel safer when he's in the room. That's very superstitious. Yeah, it is, but it works for me. I also then go and usually rub him when there's a lot of other people in the room, which makes him very nervous. And I'll talk about him with disrespect, which is also very important. I think I'll refer to my sponsor, who is a hopeless, helpless alcoholic, and people would say, well, is he drunk? And I says, no, but it's a miracle that he's not. One of the things he's taught me about us A lot of us who are broken the way we're broken are always going to have trouble letting go. We're always going to have trouble not being in charge. We're always going to have trouble about giving advice. We're always going to have trouble about playing hero, martyr. Always. Because it's the way we're broken. It's like the drunk who keeps on thinking of a drink. I mean, I will notice some people, and I'll just be real attracted to them because they're so hopeless. This is not a good sign. But I regularly do that. I will just take charge and run people's lives at the drop of a hat. And that's why the program is a daily thing. And I don't beat myself up when I find that I'm doing this. I've got to watch it. The biggest difference in my recovery, I still get into trouble. I still go into overdrive. I still have great difficulty in treating myself well. I still am strongly tempted towards workaholism and occasional harsh judgments. Very occasional harsh judgments. But accurate harsh judgments. That's what's nice about them. I notice when I'm in trouble sooner. This is real good news. It used to be I could only notice I was in trouble here in the relationship area with my folks or with my siblings. I don't have much of a relationship with either one of my brothers. I think it's just true. Their wives I get along with a lot better than them. I miss that, by the way. There's something very unresolved there. And there are some people who are like that. It's unresolved. It's not perfect. It's sure not worked out yet. But I notice that I get to... I used to only notice I was in trouble when I was bleeding and on fire. I now can notice I'm in trouble a lot sooner than bleeding and on fire. But it means being conscious, and it's hard to be conscious and sensitive, as you know. So there. Let's break. In about 10-15 minutes over in the chapel, for those who would like, we'll have a simple service, and I mean simple. We're going to forego processions and incense and bells just for today. Some people really like those things. They drive me crazy, but I'm always nervous around incense because it reminds me of dope. But you're sure welcome to come, and like I say, you're welcome to participate to the degree that you're comfortable. And I think that that's one of the things that grown-ups do, by the way. They participate to the degree that they're comfortable. And we'll start, it's now about 12 minutes to 10. We'll start a couple minutes after 10. And it'll probably go about 40-45 minutes. And the doors stay open. You just need to know that too. Some of us are anxious about going inside of churches because we're afraid they will lock the doors once we're there. The doors may be closed. That's for heat, not for security. And if it gets anxious, you are most welcome to just walk out and, have a cigarette. What else is true about this? I don't know. We'll try it. It's always an adventure. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change, and the wisdom to know the difference. Another prayer that I sometimes have trouble with is the Lord's Prayer. Again, I said it for years before I paid attention, but do you know we actually pray there for thy will to be done? I would prefer my will to be done. So it's a little shaky. Whenever you say the Lord's Prayer, you are definitely nibbling at the third step, as far as turning it over. Thy will be done. Oh, but only if I come out good in the end. I always want to qualify it. And the next thing that I find a little troublesome in the Lord's Prayer is it says, give us this day our daily bread. I don't want daily bread. I want enough bread to make sure that I'm going to get through the next 35 years. That's what I want. But we're asking for daily bread, which sounds very precarious, you know? Is that all? Just for today? And the answer is yes. So if you feel a little anxious on occasion, that's not bad. You know, we have enough for today. And, you know, we'll dread tomorrow later. A poet I've been reading some of lately is a man named Raymond Carver. Raymond Carver is mostly a Northwestern poet. Seattle, Portland, Oregon, they know him. He died sober in the early 1980s. He was 10 years sober. And before that time, he had a little craziness in his life and an occasional mood swing. And his father was also alcoholic, and his father died drunk. And Raymond Carver, some of his stuff connects with me, a lot of it doesn't, but some of it does, and this is one. This poem, it has 3 stanzas. It's entitled, Photograph of My Father in His 22nd Year. He saw an old photograph of his dad when his dad was 22. So, October. Here in this dank, unfamiliar kitchen, I study my father's embarrassed young man's face. Sheepish grin. He holds in one hand a string of spiny yellow perch. In the other, a bottle of Carlsberg beer. In jeans and flannel shirt, he leans against the front fender of a 1934 Ford. He would like to pose brave and hearty for posterity, wear his old hat cocked over his ear. All his life, my father wanted to be bold, but the eyes give him away. And the hands that limply offer the string of dead perch and the bottle of beer. Father, I love you. Yet how can I say thank you? I who can't hold my liquor either, and don't even know the places to fish. I who can't hold my liquor either and don't know the places to fish. It's like there were things that Dad never passed on other than alcoholism. And sometimes there's a line of grief and loss in the poem that I identify with. One of the reasons I had a lot of difficulty in coming into recovery at all was because I carried with me so much old emotional baggage. And a lot of the old emotional baggage was grief. It was grief for things that never were. And it was the realization that some things never were going to be. And that's a loss. And I don't think we're a culture that grieves easily. In fact, we're pretty embarrassed by it. Sometimes when someone begins recovery, what they start doing is feeling, and a lot of the feelings are pretty old. What I've heard, and I think it's valid, is that for a lot of this old stuff, old hurts, old griefs, you have to let them come before you can let them go. And I sometimes don't want to let them come because I figure I'll be inefficient if I'm busy feeling all the time. The fact is, there are times when I'm real inefficient. And I just have to give myself permission for that. And sometimes are a little more anxious making than others. But learning to grieve. Part of grief is anger. We can be real angry. Part of grief is sad. Part of grief is tired. And it's uncomfortable. And my understanding of it is that it comes in waves. You think you pretty much worked it through, and then all of a sudden it's back. You watched a commercial on TV, you know, that AT&T or Pacific Bell or one of those, you know, reach out and touch someone you love, and years later, and dad calls mom or something, or old schoolmates, and you're just sitting there sobbing, you know. Well, this is called an overreaction. But the people that put that commercial together knew what they were doing. Because a lot of us have stuff like that, you know. And you might say, well, I guess I didn't work it through enough last time. That's not helpful. You worked it through just fine last time. You just get to work it through a little differently this time. You know? And real stuff stays real stuff. And issues around parents are big issues. Those are two major persons in our lives. And we may always be working with some, especially if one of the parents was a little crazier than necessary. I think everybody has some difficulty with parents in some way. I mean, even if you know your parents were just wonderful, the difficulty you may have is moving away from them. I mean, that's real difficult. We have difficulty with parents. These are major figures in our lives. If you've got kids, don't be surprised, therefore, if your kids have difficulty with you. Don't take it personally. You know, it's part of the dance. Someone pointed out that grandchildren and grandparents seem to get along pretty well. Again, there are exceptions to this, but by and large, grandparents, grandchildren, they can connect. Why do they connect so well? It's because they have a common enemy. Okay. So relax. You know, just relax. It's just the way it goes. And I found where my own parents were very difficult to talk to, other people's parents I could talk to. I mean, it was like I would think their parents were just great. You know, they didn't think so. So you might not be connecting with your kids, but there may be kids that you can connect with. You know, and go where you can go. You know, this is part of Al-Anon, is realizing what's possible. And it might be that for any number of reasons, it might not be possible to make a connection with the one you want to. Well, then make a connection with the one you can. When I was doing my amends list, Al-Anon-wise, one of the problems I have, and I did owe some people amends, it's because they were very valuable to me and I never told them. I kind of took and ran. The amends I needed to make to some people was to write letters not of apology, but letters of thank you. This was true for a couple of teachers who really went out of their way when I was a kid to make a difference in my life. And my folks were busy, and I really needed some other adults who cared in my life, and some of these people were available. And the parents of a couple of friends of mine who would listen to me as I talked about all this crazy stuff. My folks have no time. So thank you letters are a good tradition. And when someone pops into my mind that I haven't thought of in a long time, sometimes I just figure I need to track them down and say hello, you know, maybe just a thank you. That's been a good thing. We've covered a lot of stuff this weekend. There are a zillion things we haven't touched. Life is a lot like that. If anything that's been said's been helpful, that's great. And if it's not helpful, that's okay too. You know, just leave it. Retreats are funny. Weekends away are funny. Workshops are funny. Sometimes, well, the Franciscans, I like Franciscans by and large. They do a lot of good work in lots of difficult places. And the Franciscans, who are founded by Francis of Assisi, who's the one that put together that Lord, make me an instrument of your peace prayer. Francis of Assisi, about 1,000 years ago, give or take 100 years. Francis's family was very crazy. His father was a bully and very powerful and very wealthy, and wanted young Francis to be exactly like him. He wanted his son to be created in his image and likeness, which creates tension, and Francis wasn't interested. And they had a lot of shouting matches and screaming matches. Mom got ripped to pieces on a pretty regular basis as she tried to negotiate father and son. And there's a very famous moment in the life of Francis of Assisi. He's late adolescence, early 20s, living in the home in this very, very wealthy place, wherever in Italy, northern Italy. And his father is screaming his lungs out, and his old man says, listen, you little jerk, either you do it my way or get out of my house. And when you leave everything I've ever given you behind. And the young Francis of Assisi stands up, takes off all of his clothes, and walks out the front door naked. If you think about it, that's a little angry. You know, what will the neighbors say? I want to mention the story briefly because if that family had been a little more well-adjusted, we would have had another Italian businessman. Instead, we got a Francis of Assisi. You know? So if there's been craziness in your family, out of great craziness can come much good. So lighten up. Let God do whatever God needs to do to help things change and grow and develop. I mentioned earlier that one of the reasons I'm currently hopeful is I do believe that God is resourceful and that God has skills. One of the great questions, of course, is can God be trusted? The reason there's a community of folks around is to remind us that God can be trusted. The basic message of all of Scripture, be it Jewish or Muslim or Christian or Buddhist, is that God wishes us well and God can be trusted. We get in its way a lot, but God can be trusted. And to kind of remember that God has our best interests at heart, that's important. This doesn't mean that God's easy to deal with. One of the figures in the book of Genesis that we regard as our father of faith is the old man Abraham. Abraham's kind of interesting to think about. Abraham and Sarah, his wife, let's make a couple out of them. You know, he didn't live in isolation. Abraham is revered by Christians, Muslims, and Jews as the father of faith. And it's because of his behavior that he's revered. It's his action that he took. According to Genesis, Abraham is this old guy, and his wife is not much younger. And they're doing pretty well. They have a lot of things. They're comfortable. They're fairly well established. They've lived in one part of town forever. And these strangers come in off the desert. And they say, Abraham, we'd like to talk to you. They said, oh, he said, come on in. We'll clean up. We'll clean you up. We'll get you something to eat. Then he turns to Sarah and says, get them something to eat. You know, nothing's changed there. And as she's working in the kitchen, he's busy entertaining the visitors. And it becomes kind of clear in the text, these just aren't visitors, small v, these are visitors, capital V. These are directly from God. And they have a message. And the message is, we want you to leave everything you know. We want you to leave everything you're familiar with and head off to this new country. Now, it's going to be real hard to get there. When you get there, the people who are living there already are going to try to kill you, so it's going to be a tough couple of days. They don't speak your language, and they won't take your money, and they don't take Visa card, and you have a long row to hoe and get started immediately. Oh, and by the way, next year we're going to come back to check up on you, and Sarah's going to have a little baby boy, and you're the father. It doesn't say so in Scripture, but Abraham's first thought was, I will be 90 years old with a 15-year-old in the house. That was his first thought. And it just, But he went to the kitchen and he said, Sarah, listen, could you start packing? We have to move. You know, you pack, we move. And, you know, feed our friends, and we have to head off to a new country, and we've never been there before, and it's completely unknown, and so forth. And by the way, next year at this time, you're going to have a little baby boy, and I'm the father. And Scripture there says, she laughed so hard, she had to sit down. And when the little boy was born, they named him Isaac, which meant she laughed so hard, she had to sit down. I mean, it's a wonderful story because it shows several things, one of which is that God can do a lot of things, even with people you think are useless, like they're too old to do much, you know. Life comes. And what's interesting, the reason I like the story is because I think it was very difficult for Abraham and Sarah to leave home. And I think they were told, you know, you might think you have the right to die in comfortable, familiar circumstances, but let's go somewhere else. And I think a number of us, when we begin recovery, we find ourselves in a very similar place. Or we've been in recovery for a while, we find ourselves in a similar place. Suddenly, we are asked to move into real unfamiliar territory, or we suddenly find ourselves in real unfamiliar territory. Where does faith come into this? Well, Abraham was told that if he took the footwork, his generation, his progeny, his children would number like the stars of the sky. He had no proof of that. What did Abraham do? I think he felt some feelings. I think he felt reluctance. I think he felt, am I deluding myself? I think he felt, oh, this isn't fair. I think he felt a lot of that, and I think he felt some fear. What if this is all a big mistake? You know, I'm an old man. What did he do? He took the action. He went. That's why some of us who are in the program for a while will meet newcomers who are taking action. And we realize the amount of heroism and faith that they're showing. And if you told them, you know, you're full of faith and courage, they would say, listen, I don't feel full of faith and I don't feel brave. But they're coming into a new land, and it's wonderful. I mentioned several times my friend Michael. I met Michael on a retreat, sober, and he died now 2.5 years ago of AIDS. And Mike had done a lot. He was wonderful. He was not known as a major codependent. He told people the truth. And when I couldn't tell some people the truth, I'd send them to Mike. You know, people who were just snivelly and whiny, and I'd just get tucked right into their sniveliness and whininess and snivel and whine along with them. And then I'd go see Mike. And one guy I referred to him was doing this whole thing. He was an artist, of course, and a writer, and, you know, his wife was no good, and his kids didn't understand him, and he wrote best when he was drinking. And they just didn't understand that. And he was whining and complaining. And so I said, go see Mike. And so he started saying, you know, I write best when I drink, and I really think I deserve to drink. And Mike said, then go drink. I'm not a wet nurse. I'm going to a meeting. You make me sick. And he walked out the room. You know? Shocking. He was like that. Anyway, what happened to that? When Mike died, he was going to school at the age of 40-something and decided he would go and get his degree in psychology at San Francisco State, and was doing that, and as part of his degree work went to work at the free clinic at the Haight-Ashbury Drug Center, and they did a lot of work with kids and people on the street who had a lot of problems. And as part of their regular thing, they tested for, they said, we ask everyone to be tested for the HIV virus, so we ask everyone on the staff to be tested too. And Mike got tested and came back positive, and was kind of shaken by that. And then you do the T-cell count. You know, how many T-cells do you have? And they figure 18-year-old football players have about, 500 to 1,500, strong, like ox. When you start dropping below that, it gets a little anxious, and below 200's trouble. So Mike's count came back, and the count was 34. And we talked, and we had spent some time before talking about Abraham, and he said, I really thought that I knew what living a day at a time meant before. He said, I find out I don't know what it means. This is all brand new, and I'm doing this a day at a time, like for the first time in my whole life. And he was full of much honesty still. I was talking about this with my sponsor because I asked about, what's fair and what's real and what's true. And he said, well, sometimes we find ourselves, we talk about faith. For some people, the experience of faith is that the light gets turned on and you suddenly see everything very clearly. That is a faith experience for a lot of people. It's a good one. But there's another faith experience too. And it's like this. You're okay. Things are all right. You're on the journey. You're moving. And as you're moving, you pass this dark room. And out of the dark room comes this voice that says, hey, you, come on in. Well, question number one, who's calling? Question number two, why are they calling? Question number three, who else is in the room? I'd like a little data, And they say, you don't get any data. Come on in the room. Well, maybe. But I don't jump in. I move in real slow. And when my eyes adjust, I start making things out, furniture, chairs, table, people. And I'm kind of getting used and kind of relaxing to it, and then suddenly I notice there's a darker door with a darker room, and the voice says, you're not in the room yet, come on in. I may feel some uncertainty, and I may feel some fear, and I may feel some doubt. The question is, do I walk in the room? I think Abraham did. And I know others in recovery who have, who for a variety of reasons, through changed circumstances, through changed health situations, through changed financial situations, find themselves in very dark rooms. What do you need to know? You need to know that even in dark rooms, God is faithful. God is faithful. And that we are given, I think, in the program, two things. Number one, we're given tools to use. The literature, the meetings, sponsors, telephones, writing, slogans, we're given tools to use. We're also given companions. Why are we given companions? Because they're the ones who remind us to use the tools. Because I forget. Companion's a good word. It's from the French, compagne, from the Latin, cum pane. Cum pane means with bread. A companion is someone you share bread with. Bread being a very rich symbol of life, nourishment, food, safety. If you share bread with somebody, you are at the same table. And if you're at the same table, there's familiarity and intimacy and trust. We're given companions. And sometimes they need us and sometimes we need them. And it goes back and forth. If you sponsor people, you'll know that's real true. There are times some snivelly, whiny sponsee will call and just have such a bad day. And you want them to shut up. They don't know what bad day means, I'll tell you my problems. And all of a sudden they're going, oh, you're much sicker than I am. The hat goes back and forth. And we all at times are the people in the ditch, It's why when I talk about faith or I talk about hope, like I say, it's living and it changes and it moves, and there are times it seems real strong and there are times it doesn't. I like very much the image of mustard seed and yeast. Tiny, tiny things that create big changes. What we get to bring to any of this is our willingness to cooperate. Are you willing to cooperate? Are you willing to cooperate in what's possible and in what's real? someone asked me, how to do the third step. There are third step prayers floating around and third step suggestions floating around, and I don't know what a lot of people do there. It's hard for me to read minds and hearts, Even when I squint, I don't always know what's going on. But I do see behavior, and I'm willing to talk about behavior. I know a lot of women and men who have come into Al-Anon as zombies, as real broken, as real rigid, as real hopeless. Sometimes they feel like elastic that's been stretched once too often. They just kind of limp, and it takes a while to heal. Always does. Always does. What I've seen them do, as I've seen them get well, is 4 things. Number 1, they show up a lot. I think showing up is a real important part of the program. This isn't a program you figure out. This is a program you show up for. It's different. Figuring out you can do alone in your room, Showing up means you have to leave your room and show up somewhere, to a meeting, to work, to dinner, somewhere. Show up. Number 2, once you've shown up, pay attention. To what? Me and the candle. What am I paying attention to? To your feelings and thoughts. To what's going on in your body. To what someone else is saying. To what they mean. Pay attention to detail. Pay attention to mood. Pay attention to a lot of stuff. I'm learning how to pay attention. I shut down when I'm uncomfortable. And I've been to places, and I know I've been there because I've seen the pictures, but I don't remember. And this is sober. But I didn't want to be there. Sometimes when I feel real threatened, I shut down. And sometimes when I feel real tired, I shut down. And then it's like I don't have a life. It's real awful. So I want to have the energy to pay attention. Show up, pay attention. Number 3, tell the truth. This doesn't mean be dumb. Let me tell you all the truth. That could be a real stupid thing to do. But you've got to tell yourself the truth. And the truth might be you're uncomfortable, or the truth might be you're in pain. The truth might be that you feel real awkward. You feel real stupid. Those are my unfavorite feelings. I can handle trauma. I can handle disaster. I can handle the Soviet Union falling to pieces. But my being awkward and stupid makes me feel real nuts. And I just want to run from it and blame you. So can I tell the truth to myself? And how do I find out that truth? I might need to do some writing. I might need to talk to some people. I'm one of those people who think out loud. And I, therefore, will start talking red, white, and blue and end up by talking green, white, and yellow. How'd you go from there to there? Well, I thought out loud and processed it out loud. That's what I do. It's okay to process out loud. Extroverts do that. That's how you spot them, by the way. Introverts don't. Introverts think and think and think and think and think, and then announce the conclusions. This throws extroverts because they don't know how you got there. What do you mean you're leaving? This is the first you mentioned it. Well, I've been thinking about it for 9 years. I live with one of the fellows I'm working with right now is an introvert named Jim H. The priest who's been sober for 9 years. He's a major introvert. And I keep on running up to, I keep on wanting to, I'm better at this. I keep on saying, are you okay? Are you angry at me? You're not saying anything. Introverts are just thrilled to be in their room listening to the radio and reading a book. That is their idea of a good time. Shocking. No, he's not angry. He's just being quiet. Now, so that's how I'll misunderstand them. I always have to check in. You okay? Are you angry? Have you done anything wrong? Where they misunderstand extroverts is they'll say something like, What do you mean you're doing X? Yesterday you said you were going to do Y. I said, well, yeah, and I was thinking out loud, you know. I mean, I didn't mean it. Just because I said it doesn't mean I mean it. Introverts say what they mean. Extroverts say anything. And it's real. It's nice to, because usually, by the way, they marry each other. And it's just nice to know the process, you know. And so you just say, I don't mean anything I'm going to say for the next hour, okay? I'll tell you when I've reached the conclusion. And they'll accuse you of things like, just yesterday you were talking about killing yourself. You must be very emotionally unbalanced. No, that's just my starting point. I'm fine today. It's very strange. Introvert, extrovert is kind of nice to know. One other thing about, you know, how do you know which you're which? A lot of us, some are extremes. A lot of us are more in the middle. Extroverts get energy from being with other people. It energizes them. They like it. You know, it feels good. And then once they're energized, they can go and be by themselves and balance checkbooks or whatever you do when you're by yourself. Introverts get energy from being by themselves. And then once energized, they can go and be with people. But being with people usually wears introverts out. So at the end of a party, the extroverts want to go out. Let's go talk to more people. The introverts want to go home. My friend Kevin B. is a sober Jesuit on the West Coast, and Kevin was where most Jesuits are largely teachers, and Kevin is an extrovert off the scale. I mean, he makes me look very introverted. But Kevin taught at a school in Sacramento, California, and there were 11 other Jesuit teachers in the school, and they all lived in the same community. And Kevin was the extrovert, and the other 10 were introverts. Well, what happened is after dinner, where do introverts go? To their rooms, to do whatever it is introverts do there. Kevin would go to the recreation room because he wanted to talk with people and process things and visit. No one was there. His first conclusion was, and listen, he was drinking a little at the time, so his judgment was real accurate. He said, they don't like me. They're boycotting me. They don't want anything to do with me. I mean, and that emotionally, that's how he took it. Got sober and found out that after dinner he could go to meetings and meet people, you know, who have introverts at home. Oh well. Anything else about introvert, extrovert? No. There's lots, but I mean, that's what you need to know to get between now and the next retreat. As we age and grow and develop, introverts need to learn how to be a little more outgoing, and extroverts need to learn how to be a little more by themselves. It's called growth. And it's important, and we find that time alone is precious time. And we find that time with other people is precious time. And we need to know our own rhythm. So, for instance, leaving this retreat this weekend, some of you, if you're introverted and have had enough alone time, you're going to feel pretty good. If you're introverted and have talked nonstop, you might feel kind of worn out. Extroverts, if you had enough people to talk to, you're fine. If you haven't, you might feel a little frustrated. I mentioned the Franciscans earlier, and I want to end up with them. I got off on Francis of Assisi, but the Franciscan motto is that they see a lot of their work as going around comforting the afflicted and afflicting the comfortable. It's kind of like being a sponsor, you know? If you know, you came Friday comfortable and you're a little disturbed, that's real good news. If you came Friday disturbed and you're a little comfortable, that's real good news. If some stuff got stirred up, oh, hooray. If some stuff got healed, hooray. It's real different for different people. When you do something like taking a weekend away, you'll find there are going to be times you need more busy, and there are times you need less busy, and you're the judge of that. I find one other thing for me, a weekend retreat doesn't help me very much. I'm crazy enough, so I need about 5 to 7 days every so often of real change of pace. A few years ago, I did a 30-day retreat, which was very difficult. I mean, it's quiet time. I'm an extrovert. I was nuts. So about day 4, I was always suicidal, and it wasn't that I was a bad person. It's just that I really need a conversation with anybody. So I decided for the 30-day retreat, I would go to a meeting every day. And I did, and it helped a lot. Just a lot. So the balance of alone time and people time is important. What else is true? Story. A few years ago, I took a class from the Orthodox rabbi of Berkeley. I have a real strong Jewish connection. One of my sisters-in-law is psychic and explains it through past lives. I don't know. Like I said, my sisters-in-law are very interesting. My brothers are very dull. But I do feel the strong connection with Jewish things. I feel a real strong connection with Japanese things. I don't know what that's quite about, nor do I have to. Anyway, I was taking a class from the Orthodox rabbi of Berkeley, and he was a wonderful man. Rabbis are teachers. This is what they're mostly known for, and I got to know him a little bit, but he was pretty much held in awe. I was in my early 30s when I took this class from him. The class was on Judaism, and it was for 2 groups of people. One were for people who had been born Jewish but had never done anything about it. So it was kind of a roots class, And the others were people who were converting, and then there was me. And he knew I was a Catholic priest, and he was just very gracious to me. And I asked him, a little bit about family background. Well, his father was a rabbi, and his father was a rabbi, and his father was a rabbi. And I said, well, what do you notice the big difference? His parents were from the old country, Pale of the Settlement, Fiddler on the Roof territory. And he said, well, it was interesting. In my father's congregation and my grandfather's congregation, we were all rural people. It was little town, farm town stuff. And the rabbi was the most educated man in the community. He says, Tom, in my congregation, I have 3 Nobel Prize winners. He said, it's a little different. So that was fun. Teachers spot good teachers in about 3 minutes, and one of the best teachers I've ever had. If anything about the Christianity came up in the class, he deferred to me. It was hospitable. It was a little embarrassing, though, because he frequently knew a lot more about it than I did. And he was not an ignorant man. Gracious. So he was talking one day about stuff, and a lady raised her hand and asked a question, and the question was, Rabbi, what's a blessing? There's all this stuff, Noah blessing and Moses blessing. What's a blessing? What does this blessing stuff mean? And he stopped and fooled with his beard a little, which is why we have beards. They're very important to fool with. I don't know what you know about rabbis, but part of the rabbinical tradition is you never answer a direct question with a direct answer. I mean, if you do that, people stay real dumb. They'll memorize your answers. What you want to do is get people to think. Thinking is considered virtuous. And so a good rabbi always answers a question by asking a question. For instance, if the question is something like, is it lawful to pay taxes to Caesar? A good rabbi would say, whose picture's on the coin? Caesar's. Give it to him. Next. That kind of thing. Rabbi, what is the greatest of the commandments? You're a lawyer, you tell me. You're to love the Lord your God, with all your heart, mind, soul, and yourself. Right. Well, who's my neighbor? Well, if you can't answer with a question, you tell a story. A man was going on the road to Jericho. You know. Well, I saw that technique being used in Berkeley. I mean, the guy answered with questions or told stories. It's very powerful. So the question was, Rabbi, what's a blessing? And he stopped and said, when God created the world, God created the world in 6 days. And at the end of each day of creation, God looked at what God had made and said, this is really good. This is really good. And God creates suns and moons and stars and fish and goats and avocados. Brown recluse spiders, I imagine. And looks on all of that and says it's good. On the 6th day, God creates the human being and doesn't say anything. And the rabbi said, any conclusions? And someone said, people are no good. And the rabbi said, it's a possible conclusion. And that's why it's a bad translation. He said, you know, English is a very strange language. Good, good, good. Good book, the good book. Good day, have a good day. Good person, good weekend for a good time call. Good has a lot of funny meanings in English. It's a weasel word, you know. And then he said, in Hebrew, and he looked over at me and said, which is what God spoke. God looked at what God had made and said, this is Tov, T-O-V, Tov. What does Tov mean? Tov means something's complete. Tov means something's entire. Tov means something's whole. Tov means it's exactly the way it's supposed to be. It can't be any different. It's complete. The sun, the moon, and stars are Tov. Fish and cows and goats and avocados are Tov. But people, he said, are not created complete. We're created partial. We're created with empty places. We're created real underdeveloped. So what is a person supposed to do in the course of a lifetime? Well, you're supposed to grow. You're supposed to develop. You're supposed to become more. We're born male. We're supposed to grow into becoming men. We're born female, we're supposed to grow into becoming women. We're born male, female, we're supposed to grow into becoming human beings. That's the journey. Now, he said, as we're on the journey, as we're trudging the road, anything that forces us to get bigger, anything that demands that we leave the very secure for the very insecure, to grow and, anything that gets down deep inside of us where it's dark and cold and broken and shoves and pushes until suddenly there's a lot more room, anything that takes us all bunched up and stretches us out to make more, anything that does that, the rabbi said, is a blessing. And sometimes blessings don't feel good, and sometimes we don't know they're blessings until years later, when we look back on a situation that we knew would kill us, and we find out that instead it opened up doors we never even knew were there. I heard it said at meetings that, well, God closes one door, opens another. That may be true, but waiting in the hallway can be real awful, Waiting for that next door to open is real bleak because they don't always close and open at the same time. And a lot of us need encouragement in the hallways. And we need to know that God is resourceful enough to bring us to the places we need to be. So blessings, Sometimes what the companions and the tools of recovery are for is to help us survive our blessings. But they make our world very much bigger. And that's the good news. Last part, and this is just for Trivial Pursuit, then we'll go have lunch. I don't know whether they say it in Mississippi, but in other parts of the English-speaking world, when, I don't know, there's a slang word that gets used when people say goodbye to each other, and it's so long. You say it? Yeah. So long. See? What does it mean? It's very strange. So I was talking to one of my linguistical friends. So long comes to us in the United States from British sailors, mostly Cockneys. And they heard the word over in Malaysia. They would hear all of these people saying so long to each other. Well, what they were really hearing people say was salam. And the Cockneys heard it so long. So long, salam, the Jews say shalom. It's all the same thing. And it means peace. So in Israel, if you wandered in there into Jewish-speaking territories, they don't so much say hello, they say peace be with you. And the Hebrew is shalom aleichem, peace be with you. And the response is aleichem shalom, which is kind of nice. And then it's picked up through the Muslims and the Arabs with salam alaikum, alaikum salam, and we get it as so long. But it means the same thing. And it means it's not anything about size. As you know, size is not important. What it's about is that we wish each other a deep and creative and lasting sense of peace and connection with the companions and the tools and the higher power. Let's end with the Lord's Prayer and go have lunch.
Sorry to interrupt your viewing. Taper Dave here. Just wanted to take a second to ask you to like and subscribe to my channel. Let me know if you like what you're listening. I've got some very good talks here, and this one's a great one. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Tell me what you think. I can go to press this little arrow button, swipe right to take off, and it would start the motors if I slid this to the right. But I'll wait till I get outside. Don't want to do it inside.